Scott, make sure you record it.
Are you recording this? All right, we've got 4 members of council. 2 have already been sworn in. 2 will be taking their oath this evening before the council meeting starts. So, Marcy and Mike, if you would raise your right hand, please. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Marcy Walton, right,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
And I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly,
and that I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable thing
for performance or non-performance
for performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
Further affirm
I further affirm
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
Faithfully discharge my duties
as the council member,
as a council member,
Ward 2 and Ward 3,
Ward 2,
Ward 3,
for the city of Newcastle, Oklahoma,
for the city of Newcastle, Oklahoma,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. And both.
Congratulations.
No.
We'll get there.
That's what.
No, he's already. Yeah, we swear in public.
Do it every once.
Hey, Dr. Wilson.
Do that before you use this.
Yeah.
This Jeff.
Brush that.
Even Tom? Yeah, you know.
Peach.
That party buddy, they had you.
No, today was changed, so they work, so.
That's awesome.
He- No, I'm not putting him in the field. I'm gonna make me put him in the warehouse.
You may want to be in the field after being in the warehouse.
What's that?
You may want to be in the field after a while.
Yeah. Too much easier in the warehouse, I promise.
ADHD coping mechanism.
Ah.
I always have stuff from like school that I have from even like elementary, high school, even my books I used to read for the book club as a kid. Everything was good, everything. Book club, inside, all of the covers. Yeah.
Let's go.
Keep them off.
That's pretty good speech.
Adult color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, you.
There's a great one. It's $10.
That's what I'm looking for. Right?
And I love. Yeah.
Oh.
Here's something.
Good. Yes.
What's up, Neil?
I did this.
Pretty good.
I did the background there. For the, I did the picture. And then I did that.
And he was a five-star recruit. The whole world in front of him. No.
It's more forgiving, correct things than.
That's the last.
I'd ask Scott to be right there. Glitch.
Yeah, he texted me. So I brought my old school iPad here.
All right, if everyone will rise, we will have an opening prayer and flag salute.
As we pray, dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many blessings. Thank you for the opportunity to live and participate in the community that we're in, and we just pray your blessings of wisdom and discernment as we address the business of the city of Newcastle. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice
I don't need to. Oh, maybe I did. Forgive me. Yeah.
This time I'll call the May 10th, 2021 meeting of the Newcastle City Council to order. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Carl Nell.
Here.
Mike Fullerton.
Here.
Tommy Clay.
Here.
Gene Reed.
Here.
Marcy White. Here.
Item number 2, discussion and possible action on approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of the agenda.
Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 3, nomination and election of mayor of the city of Newcastle to also serve as chair of the Newcastle Public Works Authority.
Make a motion to appoint Carl Nell as our mayor.
Second.
Motion second for mayor.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. This time I will make a motion to recess the city council meeting. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yep, sorry. Item number 4, nomination and election of vice mayor of the city of Newcastle to also serve as vice chair of the Newcastle Public Works Authority. With the motion for selection of Michael Fullerton as vice mayor.
I'll second.
Motion and second for selection of vice mayor.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Now I will make a motion to recess the Newcastle City Council meeting.
I get it down. I was like, wait, how did I know how this went? Okay.
Need a second.
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 Motion second to recess the Newcastle City Council meeting.
Marcy White. Yes. Mike Fullerton.
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. All right, and we will take a quick pause, waiting for a special guest here real quick.
Do that too quick.
Just do that.
I know. Is it Mickey Mouse?
It's not Mickey Mouse. Almost as important.
Sure.
Would right back against this.
That's a good place to look. That's a bad house. you been up to, Bill?
Been on sabbatical.
Sabbatical? You get bored, huh?
I didn't say that.
All right, before we get started with the Public Works Authority, we've got a special presentation this evening. Newcastle has been very fortunate over the years to have some very long tenured public servants work for us. Tonight, we're going to celebrate the final chapter in one of our longest serving police officers. Our Deputy Chief, Gary Bogus, is going to be retiring from the police force after 22 years of dedicated service. So, does anybody else on council have any words about Gary? He's been around a long time, so. Good words, Dean.
Well, yeah. One of those many of our officers who not only is good at what he does, but very pleasant. And, great communicator with our citizens. So I thank you for what you've done over all 22 years here. So you started young and you're retiring young.
Well, I'll just second. 22 years here. We have a lot of young officers that come in and get enticed to go elsewhere. I personally appreciate you and applaud you for your dedication to the city and our community, and just thank you for your service.
Absolutely, I second that.
Like to get Gary and Chief come up front.
Look like a good picture take. Chief.
Well, you know, we had to have something to make Deputy Chief look good.
Oh,
So, anything you'd like to say, Chief?
And we've already said a lot in the office.
Very good. Now, he's not leaving law enforcement. He's going to move on to serve as undersheriff for Grady County. So they're getting a good one, and we hope his time there is as good as it was in Newcastle. We appreciate you very much, Gary.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, thank you for that indulgence. This time, call the May 10th, 2021 meeting of the Newcastle Public Works Authority to order. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Carl Nell,
Here.
Mike Fullerton,
Here.
Tommy Clay,
Here.
Gene Reed,
Here.
Marcy White.
Item number 2, discussion and possible action on approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Motion and second for approval of the agenda.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 3, citizens' comments. This is an opportunity for any citizen to comment on any matter related to the City of Newcastle Public Works that is not on the agenda. Might remind any potential citizens that choose to comment, all speakers shall clearly state their name and address for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with only 1 speaking opportunity. Board members will not respond to comments or questions. The chair may end comment period at his discretion, and prior authorization is required for distribution of materials or to approach the board. Are there any citizens' comments related to public works?
Yes. Spencer Housley, 330 South Portland. My comment relates to the information that the chairman just said. There's rules in the Oklahoma legislature has made that dictate the conduct and how city council meetings and open meetings are to be held. The rules as read in Title 11 of the Oklahoma statute state that members of the community have up to 10 minutes to speak. Not that I would ever do that, and they have the opportunity to speak twice on the same issue. So anytime someone speaks and they sit and a new information is discussed by the board that hasn't been said before the person who sat down has finished, they have the right to come back and dispute or talk or discuss that issue. The reason for this, obviously, is that, if someone's bringing new information to the table, then the community has the opportunity to investigate, talk, and discuss that issue. So that's why the legislature has done that. So that's the first point. And the second point being, the rules stated there can't be limitations on the public's discussion, because that's why we're having a public forum, is to have a discussion of the information before votes are made. In the last meeting was asked if this is not a debate, or said it's not a debate. And I agree, it's not a debate, but it is the discussion of information, and information that is necessary, at least people believe, for informed decisions to be made. So my comment is that the item 3 of the Newcastle Public Works Authority agenda is in violation of the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. And as a result, I'd like the board to recognize that and allow the discussion of information as the Oklahoma State Legislature has mandated. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right. Item number 4, consent agenda. Are there any items any member of the council or the Public Works Authority would prefer be removed from the consent agenda and addressed individually? Seeing none, item number 4, consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of the consent agenda.
Tommy Clegg,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on any items removed from the consent agenda. No action on that item. Item number 6, discussion and possible action on adjustment of utility accounts. Item number 6A, account number 01-1026-01 at service address of 1112 Eunice Avenue. Mike Henshaw, Jacob Henshaw, continued from 4/12/21 NPWA meeting. Is a member of the Henshaw family or representative here this evening? All right, I'll make a motion to continue this to our regularly scheduled June meeting.
Second.
Motion and second for continuance.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clegg,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 6B, account number 08-2977-00 at service address of 1820 South Portland Avenue, Shelley Fabian. Fabian? Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Shelley Fabian, 1820 South Portland Avenue. So I didn't know that I had a water leak until we got our last water bill, and it was $2,200, and usually runs like $120 a month. We did find a service that came out. They found a leak under our foundation, and we've since had it repaired. But I was just coming to see if you all would consider making an adjustment on this bill.
All right, has been repaired.
Yes.
Have you provided the city clerk with verification of the repair, a copy of the bill or anything?
I provided her with verification from the company that had to come out and find the leak. I haven't actually got the bill from the plumber yet.
Okay. When you get that, if you could provide that to the city clerk now. There's a possibility, when did you have it fixed? Do you remember?
The day of the hailstorm. But last,
28.
yeah,
I was just saying that was the day of the hail winds.
that was last week, I think.
Yeah, to fix that day.
Yeah. He was out that day and started breaking up the foundation and fixing it.
And so
Yeah,
you've just had this service for a short period of time, is that correct?
the service at this
So-
home?
Yes.
No, I've
Okay.
been out there
Oh,
for 4
sorry.
years.
I'm sorry.
Mm.
I totally looked at the wrong graph.
So 396,000 gallons.
Yeah,
You're on a
And-
small.
again, yeah.
So there's a good chance,
Yeah.
there's a chance that depending on when you had it fixed, that it may carry over into the May billing cycle.
Okay.
But I will make a motion to adjust the April and May bills down to the average of the prior 12 months.
Second.
Motion second for adjusting the utility bill.
Marcy White, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clegg,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 7, monthly treasurer's report.
We are now in the 10th month of the fiscal year, so ideally we should be at 83.3% execution. For the month of April, our sales and use tax came in a little lower than what we had hoped for. We have just realized our revenues with realized revenues. So April 2021 came in at 628,000, almost 629,000. The total was comprised of 573,000 in sales tax and 91 in use tax. The sales tax was what was lower. Because it did come in lower, it put us at only, we were actually down from our monthly budget amount by 1.7%. However, with our adjustments that we made, we are 7.4% ahead of our overall budget amount. Just for y'all's information, we did add $1.8 million in expected sales tax and 151 in the use tax for the budget amounts. That's how we are sitting more realistically with our actual realized amount. All that said, we're still 5.3% higher than April 2020. In our general fund, revenues are sitting at $12.8 million, which is 87.4% of our budget expectations. Expenditures are sitting at $12.9 million, which is 90.9% of our expectations. This month, we did transfer $300,000 to our fire station fund and $300,000 to the grant caution fund to enable us to meet our upcoming obligations. We'll see this next FY. Our general fund balance is approximately $2.7 million. Fire department tax fund has raised $859,000, and the fire department has cost us $1.5 million. The capital improvement tax fund has revenues exceeding expenditures by $588,000, and we have $30,000 set aside in our economic development fund. Cemetery care fund, which is our capital improvement fund for the cemetery, is $56,000, and we have now $1.3 million set aside for that new fire station. We have $121,000 in the admin and tech fund. $71,000 of that is going to be utilized shortly to cover the new repeaters we had to buy. We have $725,000 in our grant cost share fund. Go ahead, question.
The repeaters, we've got money set aside, but were we gonna get FEMA or something for those too?
Not for the repeaters.
Not for
We
those,
did
okay.
not, no, they did not approve that.
On the NPWA side, NPWA fund has revenues exceeding expenditures by $437,000. Revenues are at 102.8% of budget amount, while the expenditures are sitting at 86.5%. We have $925,000 in the water impact fund and $1.82 million in the sewer impact fund. Our wastewater plant fund now has $1.7 million. The total of our fund balances is $13,681,788. But of that amount, over $8.2 million is reserved in those specific funds we have set aside for specific reasons. 2.7 again is our general fund balance, and almost 2.7 in the NPWA fund. And that's all I have for you guys. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Gina?
Thank you.
Item number 8, any general manager's comments?
The water department has been working over on Grigsby, getting that neighborhood laid with 8-inch line. Spoke with the assistant superintendent this afternoon, and the tower crew will be out this week beginning repairs on the 26th Street Tower. And that's really pretty much what is going on right now. We have met with DEQ. They did a sewer operations inspection, basically on our plant and things of that nature. Came out fairly well. Actually, on the inspection, there was a few things that need to be repaired or changes made, but we're still in good shape. And they all, of course, well aware of the new plant that'll be coming online here, hopefully in another year and a half, 2 years. Overall, the water department is doing fairly well. We've replaced several registers on meters, 250 to be exact, and we do have 250 more that's on order. It's taken quite some time to get those things in because of the backup in supply chain, but
What are they, Kevin?
registers for the water meters
The
to
radio.
replace them out.
Oh, okay, the auto, the read.
That's pretty much all I have right now.
Are you open to question or,
Sure.
the Grigsby line? We were hoping to do that a couple of years ago, I thought, or we're getting ready to address it. Anything particular that held that up or
Other projects.
other?
Projects, leaks, things of that nature. One of the projects that came in line before that was the Lacey project down on 76 Highway. That had to get done, and then, there were some other, projects. We put them on the sewer line up on, Highway 37 during that same time frame to get that done. And,
And how far along is that Grigsby? Is it?
it looks like going by there, and of course, then the rain hit and the hailstorm and everything else and slowed them down, but it looks like they've made it probably half mile, 3/4 of a mile. I haven't been out there today. I didn't pay attention to it this morning, but they're moving along pretty.
Thank you. I know those residents will be happy
Yeah, I hope
with
so.
that.
All right, item number 9, any trustee comments? Item number 10 is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second for adjournment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. This time I will make a motion to reconvene the Newcastle City Council meeting.
Second.
Motion to reconvene city council.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 5, citizen comments. All speakers shall clearly state their name and address for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with only one speaking opportunity. Council members will not respond to comments or questions. The mayor may end comment period at his discretion, and prior authorization is for distribution of materials or to approach the council. Are there any citizens' comments related to the city of Newcastle or any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll move to item number 5, consent agenda. Are there any items any member of council desire to be removed from the consent agenda and addressed individually?
Probably need to talk about that H.
All right, seeing none, item number 6, consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve consent agenda. I'll second.
Motion second for approval of the consent agenda.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 7, discussion of possible action on any items removed from the consent agenda. No action on that agenda item. Item number 8, planning commission recommendations. Item number 8A, public hearing, discussion of possible action on the recommendations for approval of a use permit under review for a special use permit for medical marijuana dispensary LPH property. Sean Hugo owner, Tony Hall and Garrett Hall proposed tenants. Located at Lot 4, Block 1, Willow Springs North Addition, property location 2816 Northwest 32nd Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number UPR 2021-002, continued from 4/12/21 City Council meeting. Is that one addressed this evening?
This UPOR, the applicant emailed a request to withdraw their application to the planning department on April 22nd, 2021. And then the day of the planning commission meeting on April 26th, 2021, they requested to continue their application to the May 24th, 2021 planning commission meeting. So that was on this agenda, so they could keep the notification going, so they wouldn't have to re-advertise. So it will be heard at the May 24th, 2021 planning commission meeting.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue item number 8A to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second.
Motion second for continuance.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8B, public hearing, discussion, and possible action on recommendation for approval of use permitted and review for a special use permit for a cannabis dispensary for SP Construction, Shane and Carter Tilson owner, Trading Post Cannabis Dispensary, proposed tenant, located in the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter of section 14, township 9 north, range 4 west, Indian Meridian, Pine County, Oklahoma, property location 628 North Main Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma, case number UPOR 2021-003. just a second.
Scott, go ahead and take a look at that, please.
My apologies. Oh. Is this the one? Okay. Oh, sorry about that.
Good
Hi,
evening.
my name is Harmony Goodrum, and I am with Venture Real Estate Holdings, and I currently own the building at 628 North Main Street, which was formerly Big Papa's Restaurant. Some of you are probably familiar with that location in reference to the restaurant itself. There is currently a processor, OMA or Oklahoma Medical Marijuana Facility processor in that building. My intent is to add a dispensary or to lease to a dispensary to add to that building. Understandably, they'll have to be licensed by the state of Oklahoma, and they will be located in the front half of that building. Right now, currently, the processor is only utilizing the kitchen or the back half of that building. Okay. So the current dispensary leasee would be Trading Post Cannabis Company. They have a grow operation outside of the community as well. Mr. Goodrum owns the dispensary portion of the
Yeah,
business.
I'm Matt Goodrum, Trading Post Cannabis Company.
At this time, we went through the planning and zoning and answered some questions and have their support. No community residents at the last meeting were in opposition, and so we're here to speak with you about that this evening.
Any questions from council? All right, thank you. We'll see if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, seeing none. Janae, this does meet all requirements, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right.
Make a motion, we approve item 8B.
I'll second.
Motion second for approval of item number 8B.
Marcy White? Yes. Mike Fullerton?
Yes.
Tommy Clay?
Yes.
Gene Reed?
Yes.
Carl Nell?
Yes. Item number 8C, public
Carl.
hearing. Okay. Item 8C, public hearing, discussion of possible action on recommendation for approval of use permit on review for special use permit for medical marijuana processing facility for Ferris and Patsy Dennis, owner, Innovative Management Group, Trey Robb, proposed tenant located in the northwest quarter of section 23, township 9 north, range 4 west of the meridian, Plain County, Oklahoma. Property location 602 South Main Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Case number UPOR 2021-004.
I'm Trey Robb, owner of Innovative Management Group. I'm here for a special use permit for a medical marijuana processor at 602 South Main Street. Zone CC2 Community Commercial District UPOR for a special use permit required for medical marijuana processor. Planning staff supports and recommends approval of UPOR 2021-004. OMA certificate of compliance is required for state license, and at the April 26, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, the commission recommended approval 4-0.
Trey, when you process, what exactly are you producing? Are you producing the oil? Are you producing
It's the oil,
just the oil,
yes.
not any edibles or?
No, no
Okay.
edibles.
Just,
What building is that?
That's the Ardor Solutions building.
Oh, it's, well, I was thinking like next, okay, I know where you're at. Okay, I was just looking where it was.
Now, since I didn't ask you the previous person, I'll ask you, maybe I should know this, cannabis and marijuana, are they used interchangeably?
Yes, it's the
Right,
same.
so there's no distinction for
No.
CBD or something like that, so, right.
Well, CBD is different than,
Of course, right,
Yeah.
but cannabis and marijuana,
yeah.
and you'll be producing an oil.
Yes.
Questions, comments from council? Thank you, Mr. Robb. Is there any public comment concerning this agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve, agenda item 8C.
Second.
Motion and second for approval of item number 8C.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay, absent. Jean Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White. Yes. Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8D, discussion of possible action on recommendation for approval of the preliminary plat of Brush Creek.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
My name is Tony Sosby. This is Ophelia Cassio. We're with Hewitt Sommers and OKC. We're the engineers for the applicant. This is the property that we're talking about outlined in yellow, Brush Creek, 125 acres, near at the intersection of Portland and Southeast 16th Street. Thank you. This is a copy of the preliminary plat. It was approved by P&Z at the last meeting. It shows the layout of the subject proposed subdivision. It meets all the terms of the PUD. Okay. Council approved the PUD back on July 13th in 2020. The PUD is based on RF1 single family. The preliminary plat is 125 acres, showing 60, I think that's 420, how many lots, Ophelia? 432 acres. 432 lots. And those are the other, 61 acres of single-family lots, 34 acres of common area. We have 23 acres of right-of-way and 4 acres of existing right-of-way. The preliminary planning requirements are met. We've met with planning staff and recommend approval of the preliminary plat. At the April 26th commission meeting, they voted 4-0 in favor of the recommendation for approval. There were several items that did come up during that discussion. One was for limits of no access at the residential cul-de-sac that's in the upper northwest corner, and that's been provided with an updated preliminary plat. We addressed that comment positively. There was a question about the gas pipeline that runs through the site. It's an Interfin site, Interfin gas pipeline, and we have gone through and tried to contact them and tried to get more information. It isn't covered by a blanket easement. We have shown what was provided for us in the Alta survey. Go back.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how I can.
Come point if you want.
Feel free to go over and point at the.
Okay,
Yeah.
that would be easier. The Interfin gas pipeline is located by this line coming across this part of the property. And that was all that we know about it as it crosses the property. Where it goes, the question was, where does it go after it leaves the property here to the east? And we are not exactly sure. Since the P&Z meeting, we went back and asked our surveyors to go back out, and they could not find anything in that easterly tract at all. They walked all around it. They could not see anything at all on the southerly portion of the subject tract at all. So we don't know where it goes. We've had several phone calls with them and try to get them to come back out there and locate it in more detail.
But it is an active line? I mean, it's.
We presume it is. It's there.
It went missing after on that end.
Right, it leaves our property at Brush Creek.
Uh-huh.
One of the concerns was the direction it's going, that it could clip. And we were really wanting to get some
Right.
verification that it doesn't. But I think with your application and your they said it, that it wasn't within this. They just didn't know where it was. But
That's
they-
correct.
But you have documents that said that it's not within that.
We don't know that it's there. We have no documents that would inform us that it is there.
Right. How do we-
Do they not have, there's not they're not showing up on locates either?
No.
That's crazy. That's why I was wondering if it was an active line that was still being used. I mean, it should be located.
We've asked them to come back out there and locate it. And we've informed our developer client that if it does clip that northeast corner of the property in the area that he was pointing, that they would be a loss of lots.
Yeah, right.
But this is the most optimistic arrangement that could be provided for. Until
So
some
how does
additional
it-
information is known.
What, do you know what phasing they're looking to
That's what I
do?
was gonna say.
Where they're planning to start?
We're still working with them on there, but certainly that would be one of the last phases along the far east property line.
It's not one of the first.
That's correct.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
So there's going to be a fair amount of time to get that worked out.
We allowed to approve a plat with contingency that we have to get located before there's anything built on that section. Because I would hate to build houses on top of it and all of a sudden it comes out and where do we need to wait to approve this plat?
I know, right?
Well, I mean, there's a blanket easement on the property, so you're going on the assumption of where you think it is. in the
That's
north.
correct. It's got markers along the northerly area. Those are clearly denoted out there. We don't know where it might be after it leaves and crosses Brush Creek.
You can see it crossing the creek, though, does it cross it above
Well,
ground or below?
you can't really see it due to the tree lines and the brush that's there. The vegetation prevents any kind of thing. And I've looked back through Google Earth all the way as far as I could look back, and there's no clear line as to where it might have been built and where exactly it might have crossed Brush Creek.
Wow.
It's a pretty old line.
It must be, as I say, we've got one through ours, and it's marked everywhere.
Yeah.
It's weird. Huh. We don't know that it doesn't.
Well, one thing I guess we could do is they'll have to come back for a final plat for each one of these phases. And if that's the last one, that's something we make sure is addressed prior to approving the final plat on that area. How wide of an easement are you assuming leaving going through that?
The discussion that we've had with Interfin is that we would not locate any lots any closer than 50 feet from the pipeline.
Either side, yeah, that's typical. Okay.
So when do you anticipate breaking ground, or how far out is it?
Probably would be breaking ground we have to first get through engineering of the initial phase and stuff, and that's going to take a number of months. Probably breaking ground very late this year or very early next year at latest.
And what's a typical build out on that application over a period of?
I don't know because I don't sell houses.
Depending on the
I'm an
market.
engineer. I can design streets all day long.
You don't have to,
What's the fastest they could build that out according to you?
I don't know.
Nah,
I can't
I'm
speculate
sorry.
that. It's market driven and
Yeah,
home builder
Right.
driven, and right now there's a bit of supply chain issue going on, and
Yeah.
price of lumber's kind of gone up a little bit,
Little
you've
bit.
heard.
Oh, yeah. But
Water lines too.
Yeah.
That too.
It'll
They
take a
don't-
while to put the water lines and the streets and stuff in as well.
and I was gonna say, you don't have an idea yet of how they wanna break it up into phases either. Number of
We've been
houses
looking
per
at
phase.
many different options on that, and they haven't directed us in selecting any particular option.
Has the council viewed this yet? Is this the first time in front of the council?
First time we've seen a proposed preliminary plat official. There were several proposals put through whenever we approved the PUD.
Yeah,
The applicant had requested some 4,000 square foot lots, which we did not approve.
Okay, so y'all discussed, you've approved the PUD.
Yeah, the PUD has been approved.
So you talked about size of the lots.
Yeah.
Yes.
And size of the lots went up from a minimum from 4 to,
There's 6,000 minimum, but they requested quite a bit of 4,000 square foot lots, which we did not approve.
so if they, once they decide, this is me, I guess asking you, Carl, if they break it up into phases, which I'm quite sure they will, do they come to us again with phases? Like, will we see it again when they come say we want to do phase one?
Yes, this is a preliminary plat. So they'll come back with the final plat for each phase.
Okay,
So you see that in most of these developments, they just do one piece at a time.
I was just wondering how
And,
big the clumps would be, so we'll get to see it and
Yes, we
approve
will get
that.
to see
Okay,
and approve that. Some developments like Farmington's over 15 years old. They're just finally doing the final phases. Meadow Creek's about the same.
Right.
They haven't even done the final phases of Meadow Creek.
no, there's still at
And
least
so,
2 more. I think.
You never know how it's gonna build out. Sometimes it goes a lot faster than others.
Right,
And so,
okay,
they'll just go, but they will phase that in, and they won't put the streets or the water or sewer in until they get ready to do that phase.
okay.
One other item that was to be addressed, and that was the owner's declaration of easements. And what we will do is provide that on the final plat that is customary in doing so.
All right, any other questions for council? All right, thank you. Is there any public comment concerning this agenda item?
Wicket.
State your name and address for the record.
It's Spencer Housley, 330 South Portland again. So as you may imagine, I'm going to address the enrollment concerns that would come with something like this and the things that should be or need to be examined before approvals made. Sounds like they'd be breaking ground by December or something to that effect. So it will impact our schools. And I'll start off by saying that the Oklahoma legislature has set a standard by law of how large our class sizes can be. What is the worst acceptable class size allowable in Oklahoma? And we don't have great standards for schools. And so their standard is 20 students per class. That's the worst you can have from K to 5. And we're far past that already. My daughter has 27, 28 in her class. My son is in middle school, and my understanding is they're being forced to build prefab classrooms next year because they don't have enough space for classrooms. So whenever decisions are made right now that affect the schools and they can't be built because we can't bond them, the approving of, this is 432 houses, I believe, 4-bedroom houses on 1/3 acre lots. So that means pretty high density, first of all. So we have a bunch of people who will be moving here that will be bringing kids, which is understandable. There's no problem with that. But our schools can't take it based on a standard set by the state of Oklahoma for the worst we can have is 20. And we're at 28, in that area. We're all above it, every class. That harms the children. That's why we have standards set in place. So people in local municipalities can have some kind of guide, some type of standard to go by, because we're not, teachers, we're not superintendents. So they have done that, and they've mandated that for people like the Newcastle City Council to follow. There's a reason why they do it. It's not just some law. They do it for a reason. So in approving this right now, it puts the kids in jeopardy. And we, at least in a lawyer, whenever I'm evaluating things, I have to assume the worst case scenario every time. That's the safe play. There is no guarantee that these schools will be bonded in September. What if the vote is no? What happens then? You're building all these houses and contractually obligated to do so, to let them do it, potentially. I don't think that's the case. I think you always have the right to stop or halt building whenever the children's welfare is at stake. That's what your job is, really. So I think you can stop building at any time, regardless. But again, you don't know for a fact that any of these that these bonds are going to pass. I mean, this will be left in a very awful situation if that didn't happen. And we're already in an awful situation now. And the time from September, assuming it gets passed, to the time it's actually built, that's a long time. And this will be adding more and more and more and more kids to the system. And you please got to keep that in mind. I feel like a broken record, but I do mean it. I'm not here for any other reason than them. So as relates to this, they're all on 1/3 acre, almost all on 1/3 acre lots. You have the power today to say, you know, with the population density in that area is too high, we have Boxwood right there, you got Farmington right there, the buses, and they're packed with kids on that area, because there's a lot of people in that area, and this is only gonna increase it. So you have the developer increase the lot sizes to something more, make the lots bigger. That reduces population density. So you can do that today. So I think there's many things you can do to hedge a real risk, which is overpopulation of our enrollment and class size that are already in violation of the standards set by the state of Oklahoma for child welfare. So that's all I have.
Is there any other public comment concerning this agenda item? Yes, sir.
Cooper Hahn, 522 Polk Drive, also on behalf of the applicant. I understand the concerns that brought before you, but density, lot size, those things are questions for zoning. You seem to be very familiar with the PUD and the history thereof. Those types of things were contemplated. There was a preliminary plat set forth. During that, you kind of had an idea of what type of lots were going to be proposed. Basically, we're just here on the planning issue, so I would just ask that the council review the plat and what's really at issue here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
May I
Any other-
address?
Huh?
May I address?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to reiterate a couple things with the preliminary plat and the final plat, how that phasing development works. Because the preliminary plat's the overall look of what they are proposing to do over a course of time. So you will see each final plat come forward with a set number of houses, with their paving and drainage, everything that has, all their public improvement plans will be submitted, and it will come to council, go to planning commission and council again. This PUD was adopted by city council July 13th, 2020. It does take the RF1 single family area regulations. So your setbacks and your coverage of your lot determines really how big of a house that you can build on any single one of these 6,000 square foot lots. You cannot really, only by building code, we can't limit bedroom spaces. That would be illegal for us to do on how many bedrooms we could put unless they actually put it into a PUD document. So I just wanted to make that statement so you guys were kind of aware on what the area regulations are for that PUD.
Question. Janae, did you say that this was RF1 zoned already?
No, their PUD,
Yeah.
in their PUD, they made their area regulations based on the RF1 zoning.
What was it before? Was it agriculture?
It was ag, went from A to PUD.
So to develop any of that land such as that, you have to settle upon a zoning.
Correct.
And in this case, they use PUD and ask for an RF1 base.
Correct.
And once that's approved, did you say, obviously you don't control the number of bedrooms. Does that dictate the minimum lot size or anything like that?
The lot size is set in the PUD. It's a 6,000 square foot minimum, and every single one of those lots in the preliminary plat meet that.
But we don't have any control over the square footage of the house, though, just the lot size.
The way you control that is by your front setback, your side setbacks, your rear setback, and your coverage allowance. You
Okay.
can't cover more than 65% on your lot.
Oh, okay.
So that in itself limits how big they can build their lot out.
Which every bit of that was already approved in.
And it was already approved as far as the PUD goes.
And just one clarification, there was a portion of this property that was zoned to either RF1 or PUD, the northwest corner, about 12 or 13 years ago. And the remainder was not. So when it was rezoned to this PUD, it was encompassing some ag and some already residential developed or residentially zoned. The owner purchased the northwest corner of that property before he purchased the remainder of it and went ahead and rezoned it at that time. And that was right in the throes of the 2008 housing downturn. And so we never moved forward with that. But anyway, Just a little clarification. All right, any other public comment concerning this agenda item? I would like to just say that we do have a continual dialogue with the school system and with Superintendent Howe. We've discussed class sizes. I know Councilman Reed and I have discussed it. City Manager and I have discussed with Dr. Howe numerous times on the impacts that any housing, including this development, have on the school system. And she has said numerous times, both in a forum setting, in the city's Facebook page, the city's website, and some literature put out that there is no crisis, and specifically asked if the school can handle additional growth. She has said each and every time that the school can. Now, there are space issues. We've discussed this at this council, and Dr. Howe's discussed this at length, that there are some space issues that they have to address at the middle school. That's theirs to address. However, we cannot set class sizes as a council. We have no way legally to do that. If the school determines they don't want to hire more teachers, there's nothing we can do about that. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that the school system cannot dictate to the city which roads to pave, nor can we dictate to them how to use their funds. There's a separation there, and that's something that we cannot do. You know, we're a growing community. In any growing community, and I've had these lengthy discussions with Dr. Howe, you're going to never, ever be completely right-sized with student population versus facilities for any length of time. I talked to my sister-in-law this weekend, who's a teacher in the suburb of Tulsa. They have between 30 and 32 students in each one of their classes. They're a fast-growing suburb. That's not ideal. They're looking to build more facilities there as well. My wife grew up in Newcastle in the 1970s when there was a significant number of people moved out of Oklahoma City to Newcastle. She thinks she spent all of 2 years in portable buildings because there was just a little bit of a lag time there. I spent 1 year portable building when I was in first grade. I mean, it's not ideal, and I'm not saying that it is. However, hopefully there will be a bond issue passed. I'm talking with Dr. Howe. Potentially that would allow more classroom space to be in place by fall of 2023. And she can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And so at a minimum, if that's the route that they go to do portable classrooms, that's on them. But either way, state funding is the primary indicator of what they have to spend on teachers. 88% of their funding goes to staffing, including teacher salaries. About half of that comes from ad valorem on the county level. About half of that comes from the state. You know, there's been a proposal put forth by both the House and Senate to increase common education funding by approximately $135 million and to enforce the requirements set out in House Bill 1017, which are the limits on class size. And so I would encourage any of you that are watching, listening here tonight to reach out to your representatives and your senators and encourage them to help support that effort to get more funding in Common Ed, to allow more funding to come back to our district, to allow more teachers to be hired. Because that is what is going to be more impactful than anything on the ability of our school system to hire more teachers.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment as well then? Excuse me for interrupting. I don't say this to appease someone with the concerns. Those concerns have been expressed a lot, but for the sake of our residents who would like to know, are you in fact having those conversations? Do you care? I'd just like to echo what you said. I think you were first talking with Dr. Howe when I stepped up, and we continued conversation. And we talked about we did talk about this development here for Brush Creek, that it was coming. She knows about it. She was aware of it. We discussed that the value of continuing our communications, which she said that she has regular communication with our city manager. So she and our city manager would be the level, and then city council and school board would be another level. So I've spoken to 2 school board members as well. But she reaffirmed the critical nature of continuing to talk, because where homes are built, sometimes will reflect where new elementary schools may need to be built. Where elementary schools are needed will reflect where we do need to pave or whatever. So those conversations have gone on, and in light of some of the topics come up in the last several weeks, you know, it may never satisfy someone else how much we talk, but we've been talking, and school board members did not express a concern. The correlation between class size and students, I don't think will be addressed with the bond issue. The bond issue is for facilities. And then, so the question is facilities, and we do need new facilities. We have room perhaps now, we need new ones. But that's up to the people to pass the bond issue. If they don't pass bond issues, if they don't in 2 years, I don't anticipate us stopping growth then. It's imperative that we support the school, because our city is going to grow. I don't think we have, okay, well, that's an opinion, but I mean, I think that is the case. And so I really appreciate Dr. Al for being candid with us. How city grows, the demographics of how city grows, all matters to a school district. But we know the city's going to grow.
And she's been very, very forward thinking with the visioning process that they've undergone. And talking with her, we're so very fortunate to have Dr. Howe in this community. She was involved in the Deer Creek school system as a teacher and as an administrator, and talking with her when she and her children went to Deer Creek. I think they were graduating 140 or 50 students. And by the time she left, they were graduating over 400 students. So she's been involved in the rapid growth that suburbs have, that they deal with. And so I don't think we could have any better person leading our school system than Dr. Howe.
Here.
I want to add a little bit to this, because there's a lot of speculations that gets thrown out there and a lot of things. So I like to, Mayor, you did some research on this. You hit on this a little bit at last meeting we was at, but the truth is, the facts are that for every housing permit that we put out there over the last 3 years, there's only been a 0.267 for every house. I mean, 0.267 student of new enrollment that goes in. So that's the facts of where it is. That's analytical data that tells you what, you can look at that to tell you what is potentially going to go. You can't sit there and say that all these houses are going to produce 2 to 3 kids per house. You got to look at history and what it's doing. And right now, as we're building houses out here, and as we're doing, for every permit that we've done, the average has been 0.267. I'm talking less than a student per house. So now you have these houses, and with the prices increasing the way they're going, the value that's going up, which as it goes, it's going to affect all our property tax dollars. But now we have all these houses that are being built in this growth. And guess what, where that property tax dollar goes to? It goes into, helps fund these schools. So you have a lot of people building that don't have kids, don't have other kids, but that money is going in to help support these teachers, to give them more money to be able to do the thing that they need to do. So I applaud these developers that are coming in and wanting to invest in our community. I applaud the ability to do all this stuff. Growth is not a bad thing. And for the people that are coming and want to be a part of our community, I thank you. We welcome you, and I appreciate it. So.
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to just make a statement.
Yeah, if you come up to the podium, please, and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melanie Howe. I'm superintendent of Newcastle Schools, and I own property here, but I don't currently have an address in town. Hopeful soon. So since everyone's been sort of talking about the schools, I first want to say my responsibility as superintendent is to make sure that I provide information to the citizens of Newcastle and to our school employees, our parents, and people that we serve. So I want to be helpful. I'm not here to take one side or the other. I can state for you guys what we're experiencing as far as it informs your discussion. One thing I will say is being a part of a growing school district is usually always helpful, but the challenge of growth is that you have to manage growth. I like what Mr. Reed said, because we do have a couple of issues here. One is we can hire teachers, and that's something that we're currently doing to accommodate class size concerns, because we are concerned about class sizes. And we are hiring additional teachers moving into next school year to make sure that we are bringing our class size numbers down to a manageable level. I will say the requirements of 1017 are not something that we're required to follow currently, because we're under a moratorium because of the budget cuts that schools have experienced over the last few years. It is in law. Once the per pupil expenditure reaches a certain level, it can trigger the class size mandates that have been passed by law, but we're not currently under those mandates now. We may be next year for kindergarten through first grade, depending on how much funding we receive from the legislature. The way people can most help if they're concerned about the issue of class sizes and facilities, one, they can support bond issues. That's going to be really critical for us moving forward, so that we can provide the facilities for students that we need and provide the proper places for students to thrive. And they can also support and contact, like Mr. Nail said, your legislators, and make sure that they are providing proper funding for students and for schools, so that we can provide the teachers that we need for students. So if people have questions about these issues, I'm happy to provide additional information. I'm happy to come back to the city council at any time and provide information to inform your discussions. But I think just those couple of points would help clarify where we are currently. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
Thank you. You have any questions for Dr. Howe while she's here?
I have a question. Do you believe it's a good idea right now?
Hold on just a second. Hold on. Any council questions?
Well, someone mentioned portable buildings, and I'll say before I ask, I've never been in a district as a student or a teacher that didn't have them, ever, or even schools. When I taught, every single school, I believe, in the entire district of 80 buildings, campuses had portable buildings, because it would not be well received if you built and had nothing to fill it. It would be very, very criticized. But that, I'm guessing that is maybe a reality, particularly at the middle school soon. And so I just wanted to confirm that. I didn't know if it was hearsay or that is going to be a reality soon.
That's a possibility. We haven't made final decisions about portable buildings yet. This district has had portable buildings in the past, so it's not something that would be new to the district. But as we're experiencing growth, that's one way that schools adjust, is to add portable classrooms, and as you're able to build facilities to accommodate students. And again, we haven't made a final decision about portable buildings at the middle school yet. We're looking at that as we're getting new enrollment coming in, looking at staffing for next year. We'll make that decision as we move into summer.
Do you have experience with portable buildings on campus?
Yes, I mean, to Marcy's point, there are a lot of districts that utilize portable classroom spaces as they're adjusting to growth.
All right, thank you, Dr. Howe.
Okay,
Do you think it's a
thank
good
you.
idea right now?
If there's any,
Take new students and-
if there's any
to our
questions from the or comments from the gallery, they must
It's a
be
good
from
idea.
the podium, and you must address city council, not any other member of the gallery.
I'll address the council. So,
Please state your name and address for the record.
still me, Spencer Housley. The funding comes from the city taxes that go to the state and go through McLean County. So, yes, the school board's in charge of funding, but they can't fund teachers. They can't bond teachers and teacher pay, okay? So the problem isn't that there's just prefab homes or prefab school rooms. It's the fact that you can control the enrollment. You are in control of enrollment. You're in control of rapid city growth. You can slow it. You can speed it up. You can do all types of things. They have no control. The school board has no control over city population, zero. They have to deal with whatever you guys decide. So she has no choice but to deal with what your decisions are. And then she has to scramble to try to make it work. That's not fair to her or our kids. You are in control of that, not her, not anyone on the school board. And it doesn't matter if someone on the board went to school with 30 kids in a classroom. hey, I got a crappy education, so should your kids. We have a standard for a reason. That is not a reason to do something. Hey, I had it bad too. That's not a reason to do something. So I had a prefab class as well, but it's not the goal you want. You know, it's not like what you should be pushing for. Yeah, it happens from time to time, but whenever we're in this situation right now, and we're already way past the worst we can have, you can control this. You are the only people who can. We can't control it. She can't control it. Only you can. So please, for the love of God, slow down the growth. Let the schools have some chance to breathe, and let the classroom sizes go down to a reasonable number, at least 20, because we're not even close to that. And we're not going to get there. And if you guys keep on doing what you're doing, by the time, God willing, we get new schools, they're going to be at capacity then. That's how fast you guys are growing. You have got to slow down. It's for the kids' education. Remember, that's what it's about. I mean, I don't like getting up here and getting yelled at. I don't like yelling at you guys. I don't. I know you guys think I do. I don't. I mean, sometimes.
For sure.
But look, this is what it's about. You are in control of this. You have a.
Could I ask a question, or would you rather not?
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, you can. And yeah, we're kind of getting way off track, but you've got about 30 seconds.
But it
left.
has to do
And
with
it's an
growth.
important
It has-
issue, you know, it's
it
not
has to do
something
with
small.
growth. But you're correlating, are you correlating building size to teacher ratio?
Okay, so,
Just kind of brief as possible.
okay, this is kind of where my head's at. It's a good question. So whenever you have a large development that comes in all, you know, pretty quick, and I'd like to see the numbers. I'd like to see what you're talking about, because with the 0.26.
Okay, but
But I'll talk to you after this. Anyway, so the large number comes in, and you don't get any funding for those kids for the first year. You know, they haven't even collected it yet, much less, you know, dispersed it. So you got all these kids coming in with no funding for them. And then they don't have enough money to pay teachers or get more teachers, because there's so many kids there that aren't even being funded for. Now, that may change a little bit with the new STIT law, but I mean, that's what's been going on here. I mean, they're just scrambling to try to keep up with the decisions that are made here. There is no harm, in my opinion,
which is
for
unrelated
just slowing down.
which is unrelated to building a facility.
Well,
What you
when it
just
comes
said.
to the middle school, they have no space.
Okay.
And so if you're getting more kids in there, they're gonna have to do prefab stuff.
Thank you.
So, you know,
Thank you.
and that's my final thing is there's no harm in slowing down. There's a super amount of harm in speeding up to the kids.
You know, I'll just throw a little bit, one more thing out there real quick. As I said, the city's been discussing with the superintendents for a long, long time. When the middle school was first built, I spoke at length with Dr. Everett before, during, and after that building. And he told me that they built that with the plan of doubling it, adding on to the wings to double it. And then we went into the next bond issue, which is the large bond issue. And when that bond issue was passed, things were going very good. There was a good trajectory of ad valorem growth, and they projected a very positive ad valorem growth. They felt like, or Dr. Everett felt like, based on that ad valorem growth, we could do everything that was done under that bond issue. And before that bond issue was through, we would have enough, based on ad valorem growth, we'd have enough increased ad valorem to be able to go back and double the size of the middle school, and also to build additional classrooms to the high school, all before the existing $50 million bond expired. What happened was ad valorem growth basically went flat because the housing crisis of 2008 hit. So we then ended up with the inability to bond because our ad valorem growth slowed to a very small amount. And so what they anticipated, what the school anticipated happening back in 2010, 11, did not happen. And because of that, we didn't get those additional classrooms built like the school board and Dr. Everett felt like we would by this time. They really felt like we would have multiple high school classrooms and a doubling of the middle school by this time based on the projected ad valorem growth. In 11 and 12, Dr. Everett thought we would be doing 112 students per year increase every year after that. Had that happened, we would have been approximately 2,700 plus students right now. That didn't happen. Ad valorem growth and student growth stalled, and that impacted the ability of the school system to bond and to build those classrooms that they anticipated building. There was a plan, the school board had a plan. Unfortunately, housing stopped, and it impacted the ability of the school to build those facilities. And so that's a little bit history of why, you know, people ask, why are we here where we're at? You know, based on the best information available, the school board went and they looked at 3 to 5 years of ad valorem growth, and that's what they projected out. And it happened that nobody could foresee the large housing crisis, and it ended up being something that caught everybody off guard and impacted the school's ability to build additional facilities. Anyway, any more additional public comment?
One more question.
Comment, yep.
For the superintendent.
Okay.
If she don't mind. With the passing of that bill, while students are allowed to transfer from school to school, we can still have students coming into Newcastle, no matter what. I mean, if they had a house to live here or didn't have a house to live here, is that correct?
The open transfer law that was recently passed allows schools to set a cap. So we could set a cap, say at 1017 levels, and that way we would be at capacity, over capacity, and we wouldn't have to accept transfers except for military students. Military students and military families would be allowed to come in without question.
Are the caps set by per grade level, or are they set by capacity, or is that how you do it basically?
By grade level.
Okay.
And we would have to post those by law so that parents would be able to see if we were ever under capacity. But based on our growth, I would not anticipate we would be under capacity.
In view of the lag, the lag of tax collection come to the school, is it possible that these several homes that have gone in the last year will be providing a significant more revenue to the school next year?
Yeah, I mean, our revenue is increasing each year as the growth happens, so that's beneficial to us, and that allows us to hire additional teachers.
And the net assessed value for the school, the bonding capacity is already up because of the homes that have gone in?
Right, so I think as our growth increases and our bonding capacity increases, and that allows us to have more money available when we do bring a bond to the community for facilities, we'll be able to maximize what we can do with our
And the
money.
per home burden of that would be spread out over more human
That's
beings.
correct, right.
Thank you.
I think the key again is that we really need our community to support future bond issues.
Amen.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, anytime a house is built, that never shows up on the tax rolls till the following year, whether you build 1 or 13 or 15 or 20.
Yeah.
So, all right, got a little off track there, but I think we've thoroughly discussed the schools. So at this point in time, if there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the preliminary plat of Brush Creek.
I'll second that motion.
Motion second for approval of the preliminary plat of Brush Creek.
Tommy Klein,
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yeah.
Marcy White. Yes. Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8E, public hearing discussion of possible action and recommendation for approval of application to rezone from E1 suburban estate residential to PUD planned unit development for Mansell Dwayne Smith and Sherry Lynn Smith, property situated in the southeast quarter of section 22, township 9 north, range 4 west in Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma. Adoption of ordinance number 881, property location west of State Highway 277, US 66 on the north side of Southwest 16th Street, Newcastle, Oklahoma, case number R 2021-004, Pedras.
Mr. Mayor, Council Chairman, and council members. Good evening. My name is Kurt Dennis. I'm a longtime resident of Newcastle of 30 years with my wife, live 4609 Crystal Lakes Road. I've got a brief presentation about this rezoning and the preliminary plat. Hopefully you'll get as excited about this potential development as I am. I can tell you also joining me is Dwight. He is our engineer, Butler. So if you have the technical questions, this would be the man to ask about those questions. So many months ago, and again, it's been my dream, and I've lived here a long time. I've been a builder for about 20 years, custom home builder. Been a builder of all sorts for over 30 years. And it's always been my dream to bring this type of development to Newcastle. I really felt like it was something that would be a great addition. So it started out with acquiring the land from the Manzels. I'm asking that it be rezoned from an E1 to a PUD. The development's about 22 acres approximately. There'll be 31 single-family homes on it. The development will have an HOA. It'll have an architectural review board. It went to the Planning Commission meeting last month, and it was passed unanimously, both rezoning and the PUD. So I've got, like I said, I've got a quick presentation just so that you can see the vision of this development. And I apologize, I'm a Mac user. I don't know how these things work here.
Okay, so that's your site.
Okay, let's move on because it's somewhere in there. Okay, fantastic. I also brought a larger copy of the preliminary plat as well. But let me tell you a little about this development, kind of hit the finer points of it. It is intended to be a luxury half-acre gated development. The Pettis development will have 31 1/2 acre plus lots. Some of them will go all the way up to, there's a few that go up to 3/4 an acre. Most Pettis lots will accommodate today's latest spread out architectural home designs. We're doing a lot, as a builder too, we're doing a lot more single story homes as people age in place, and that becomes the style instead of building small postage stamp lots and going straight up with them. Pettis homes should have an estate feel with a minimum of 40-foot line setbacks, giving the developer a more wide open feel as you enter the development. Pettis will have no front entry garages other than the third or fourth car setback behind the main garages or behind a porte cochere. High building standards will be expected in the Pettis development, as I am a builder myself. Pettis will have only approved builders through the Architectural Review Board, and we are intending that the members be members of a local Home Builder Association, since I'm very involved in the leadership of that on both the national, state, and local levels. The Pettis has 2 cul-de-sacs, basically a cul-de-sac and a half. Both of them will have center islands to make them more interesting. They have a 48-inch high circular stone walls in each, with lighted iron directional street names posted on them. Pettis will be landscaped with a Southwest desert style landscaping utilizing both Oklahoma native and desert style plantings. Pettis will have iron looking light poles and the cul-de-sac islands and street identification will be architecturally well lit as well. The Pettis developed entrance will be quite grand. As residents and guests pull in, they'll be surrounded by a 10-foot high stone faced circular wall that hugs the circular entry with 2 10-foot by 15-foot wide black iron looking gates inviting you into the Pettis development. The entry will include a roundabout look with a lighted landscape center island and a rounded 48-inch high stone wall with the Pettis development name on it and in black iron lettering, and that'll let you know that you have arrived. The Pettis gate entry system will be a state-of-the-art cellular system, maximizing security and the safety of our public, allowing fire, police, and ambulance services to enter quickly with a Knox box application. It is the intention of Pettis to also have video surveillance. All right, so I'm going to roll through, kind of give you an idea how the vision here. All right, so as you pull off of 16th Street, this is kind of a, okay, excellent. Far right, excellent. So as you pull up, you'll see that we're keeping the name discreet. Everything is simple and clean lines with a sense of grandeur. And as you pull in, the stone walls will kind of be, hug you and give you a warm feeling as you pull in. As you can see here, one of the things that makes this development interesting is that it is only a mile from City Hall. So it's not way out in the country, although much of Newcastle is country, and it is still pretty close to downtown. That kind of gives you the shape of the development. one of the interesting things in working with the Manzels and acquiring this property is that all they let me have. So that shape kind of mandated the number of lots. The lots are a little deeper than normal, but I think that'll that's one of the reasons I pushed the building setback so far back, because I thought, well, when you pull in, I just don't want homes to feel like they're right up on the street. I want you to feel like it's more of an estate feel. As you can see here, that's the typical layout with the roundabout entry, and it just shows you the different lot configurations. And then this is kind of neat. This shows the actual design of the entry system right there with the semi-round walls, the roundabout in the center, and then the southwest landscaping around it with the 10-foot by 15.5-foot gates. So it's quite wide, so actually cars can pass around each other if there's any issues at the gates. So it's I think very well thought out, and also thought out for very large vehicles, trucks pulling in. Our architect took that in mind as well as the cul-de-sac turnarounds as well. This is a kind of a shot at dusk. One of the neat things about this is the architects that I work with, and I believe that lighting makes a huge difference. So this will be very well lit up, but the lighting will be architectural, not just washed lighting. Be very architectural and work within all the southwest cactuses and grasses and things that will be in the landscape. And then here's a daytime view of it as you pull in during the day. And by the way, too, don't want to mislead you. Architect did embellish a little bit. Those trees are not actually there. Nor is that house in the background. They want to give you a perception. And then here is an idea of how the entry will look as you pull up. There'll be a black iron point of entry, if you will. You can use your cellular to get in. There'll be a keypad on there. The knockbox will be on there. But the gate will also be unique too, in fact, that the two round ports will kind of be the windows of the development, if you will. The gate, as it opens, will change in shape because the slats in the gates will move with the sunlight as it opens and closes. So a lot of thought has gone into that. And then here is just another dusk shot of Pedras at night. Again, living here over 30 years, I do live in a gated community here, one of the first, I might add. And I just felt like a smaller boutique, 31 lot community was ideal, being that close to downtown. So at this time, I'll be more than happy to entertain questions of either myself or our engineer.
So the driveways, if I read that right, is it like a swing drive? Is that what you mean by that?
Are you talking about the circular drive?
No, of the houses, like the garage. I'm sorry, I should say garage. The
Okay.
garage, is it like a swing?
Okay, well, as a builder, there are, 14,000 different driveway setups. So.
Yeah.
But what I like about the way we're mandating this is that they have to have side entry garages unless the third or fourth one is back set behind. So what you'll have is you may have some courtyard styles across the front, depending on the style. You may have some porte-cochere style where you pull through and under because
Okay.
we're allowed to have the width there.
Uh-huh.
Or you may have some back out and have a back out part that you turn around and come in. So good news is that even though the lots are relatively narrow for half-acre lots, all this has been taken into account. Believe me, I've built hundreds and hundreds of homes, and I have to think about this every time.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
I was just wondering. And I
Excellent
have one more question. What does the word mean?
I'm glad you asked that.
I've been wondering. I didn't have time to Google it.
Pedras is actually Portuguese for stone.
Ah,
And since there's a lot of stone in the entry, and I'm going to confess that, yes, in fact, there is a wine out in Napa named Pedras that I just absolutely love.
okay, awesome. Well, I'm a rock person, so I'm down with that.
It's a great
Okay.
question.
What's the perimeter fencing plan to be not the frontage? The frontage will be pretty much all rock. But
Well, the frontage around, that's a great question. Around the front will be stone, and then I'll have the perimeter fencing across the front that's described in the PUD, which will be a color match to whatever we're doing. the perimeter fencing on an E, 3, I have to try to keep up with this, it was not required, and right now, I'm vacillating in determining whether I even want fences. I mean, what I say, stockade fences, it may be that they're metal fences, but, so we don't have per se, because we back up to agricultural, we back up to another E3, and then we back up to the Manzels, and he wasn't very concerned about that. Matter of fact, he's been super good to work with, but that's a great question. Hope I answered that.
Any other questions by council?
No, the biggest thing is, I think it's beautiful. Well, don't get me wrong,
Thank you.
But I really do, I think it's gorgeous. I'm surprised this didn't get brought up in planning, but lot sizes, but for that area, we don't have anything over there until you get over into the Oaks, that's less than an acre and a half.
There's one right beside it, I think.
That's correct.
What is it?
Right to the west.
Just right to the west, there's another subdivision. It butts up against another.
Well, then they're all acre and a half lots.
Yeah, they are acre and something.
Okay.
It's only, we've only allowed acre and a half lots in that area over there.
You're correct.
And I know when they built those, there was huge stuff about doing that. I'm surprised it wasn't.
This will will this enter off the 62 or off the 16?
16.
16.
Is there a minimum square footage you're gonna have in there?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. Right now, I'm vacillating with somewhere around 2,400. You know, it's, being a developer has a lot of interesting attributes to it. One is you're not quite sure what things are gonna cost, you know? And so then you're not quite sure how you're gonna be able to market the lots. And so, you know, but my intention is to make it a higher end development that would be a great service to this community. Not that we don't have beautiful developments here, because I mean, we got a lot of great developers here and have done a great job. I just wanted to create something that was a little more boutique and a little higher end. And like I said, even in the planning commission, when we sent out the notices, it was very well received. But again, great observation.
Well, these days with the cost of wood, 1,000 square feet will be high end.
Well, listen, you know, somebody came up here and said something, and again, I know a lot of people have a lot of things to talk about up here, but I'm telling you, average cost per home on a home that may be 2,500 square feet or less, $37,000 more.
I read that, yep.
I mean, we're fighting that
Read that the other day.
in Washington right now. I've got meetings next week. It is ridiculous
It really is.
right now,
Awful.
trying to get that curb.
All right. Thank you, sir. Is
Thank
there any
you.
Public comment concerning this agenda item? May have you back in a moment. We'll see.
She's grabbing my pen.
We'll say this though, on any new PUDs, I'd recommend strongly that you include language, a clause stating that you can either halt a phase or halt development based on the public welfare, that you maintain that right to do so. I think you have that right anyway, I believe you do, but I think that should be clearly stated in any PUD from now on.
Any other public comment? Joe, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Joe Kobe, 2805 Northwest 24. My question is, what are the side yard setbacks on these half-acre tracts? And I didn't have time to ask that, so I'm just wondering.
Janae, behind you.
Look out
Glad
there.
to answer that.
This is a PUD, so what they did is they developed their own area regulations. The front is 40-foot setback for the front build line, and the side setbacks are 10 on each side, and the minimum in the rear is 15.
Okay, you're getting ready to have an application come to you next on here to change Mr. Clark's PUD to set 10 setbacks on the sides. Planning Commission, I believe, has recommended denial of this. You got the same type of development going on here as what Rocky's asking for. So what you do here can set the cast, the die for what's going to happen on your next applications coming before you. When you use half-acre tracts and you go to 10-foot setbacks, you look at your single family, which is 5-foot setback, and you start raising the lot sizes up comparable to each other. All things should come up equally, and when you raise from 6,000 square foot to 22,000 square feet, that brings a 5-foot side yard setback up to 18.5-foot setback. in rural areas, when you've got dependent on fire protection to get there within a limited amount of time, and then maybe that's where, he's not that far from the fire station. But the one out there where I live and the one I'm gonna talk about next, when this one comes up, response time is gonna be probably well over 5 to 10 minutes to get out there once the alarm goes off. You have houses a car length away from each other. That's too close in a rural setting without fire protection right next door. Please consider what you're doing on this application about putting these setbacks, 10 houses being 20 feet away from each other. And it's just, that's too close for your rural estate dwelling developments.
Any other public comment?
Dwight Butler with Anchor Engineering for the developer, if I may respond to that comment. Generally, you're allowed a 10-foot side limit setback. So if you have 20-foot separation between structures, when you have adequate firefighting capabilities. Well, we are running water on this, running an 8-inch in, then dropping it to a 6 as it goes to the east, like 600 feet. So we do have the firefighting capabilities to back up a 10-foot side limit line. And with the unique shape of the property, the lots being as deep as they are, that made them have to be narrow to stay in the half acre. But that's why we request 10 feet.
Thank you, sir. And in visiting with home builders about this, you know, one of the reasons they're requesting a 10-foot side yard setback is the ability to put a wider home with a side load garage in there. So that is a bigger, typically nicer home. It's more aesthetically pleasing when you drive by. That was important when we built our house, to have a side load garage, because I like the way it looks significantly better than, and so this allows a bigger home. And Joe is correct, the planning commission recommended denial on the adjustment to the PUD for Mr. Clark. However, they did recommend unanimous approval of this one with the 10-foot side yard setbacks. So I think it will allow this development to have much nicer homes with the side load garages, and at 20 feet apart, they're still a whole lot further apart than any of our E1 housing additions are, where there's significantly more housing units per acre or per however many acres than this is proposing. So I think you end up with a lot better, more aesthetically pleasing addition because of that.
On smaller houses, you've got 5-foot setbacks, there's 10 foot between houses. The houses can, fire can jump pretty quick, pretty easy.
Yeah.
Not saying it can't on 20, but there's, you've got twice the amount of space, it's still structure to structure, whether that house is much larger or smaller, it's still that distance between structure and structure. So I don't necessarily agree with Joe that it all needs to grow up the exact same amount that way. I think he has to look at it, and this concern is fire, then we're doubling the distance that we have in other housing areas.
Well, I might mention too, we've had numerous applications come before the Board of Adjustment for a variance from the side yard setbacks, even in some of our, suburban, those areas, because people want to build accessory buildings out behind, build shops, build, and in each of those cases, every neighbor around there is okay with that. They want that, and they want the ability to do that as well. So, in that respect, this is going to be most impactful to the people who live in the development. They're going to be the ones that see it every day. And what it seems like with what we've had come from the Board of Adjustment is most of the people that live in these developments, these even E3, the larger type developments, want the ability to build a bigger home and to build a little bit closer to the side yard setbacks. So, I think it's acceptable, and I think, there's very few houses here comparatively, or Mr. Clark's addition that we'll talk about in the future, compared to some of the more dense development. And I think the 20 feet is more than adequate. And I've talked this over with Kevin a lot when this came up. He's a longtime fire chief, and he said there's his opinion, not a fire concern. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't there's not the fire concern, and I've seen plenty of exposure fires that have taken place, and you start getting 20 feet apart in the radiated heat, you're not gonna see the kind of radiated heat unless that thing is 50% involved or more, that you would see on these structures out here that are 10 feet apart. I mean, of course, it dissipates the farther apart you get, so. And quite honestly, it would be easier for a fire department to protect an exposure if that thing is 20 feet apart versus 10 feet apart. So I understand Joe's point as response time, but, you know, we're probably, and when he's talking about Rocky's development over there down 24th Street, you know, we're about 3 miles, I guess, to 76 from the station. So, you know, a total of 4 miles, 4.5 miles to his development from the station. That's maybe 6 minutes at most in response time.
I think my house has 10 on 10, and it's 20, and it's a good distance. I mean, it's the most distance I've ever had, which is irrelevant, but it is a good distance. Not all the houses in my neighborhood have that, but I think it's a good amount of distance, and it doesn't detract from what they're trying to do with that neighborhood either.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Gordon Harness, Plan Commission. I'd note that on the Petrus developments, which is what we're addressing now, in Planning Commission, we looked at this, and it is a development concept, and a concept that's very controlled through it. And the way he has laid it out and the look that they're going for, it makes sense to have the 10-foot side back. And that was consensus at the Planning Commission when we looked at the presentation. I don't, I mean, it is a half-acre development or more, half-acre plus, depending on which lot, which is a large lot, but it's the utilization of those lots, and that will have a fairly dense setting, and it's more of a residential setting than it is a rural setting. And the 10-foot setback, as has been discussed, doesn't present a fire danger. Actually, I think I talked to Kevin about that prior to this Petrus coming up. So we knew that when we recommended it, and we think that it's a concept that will serve this community well. I'll jump a little bit and elaborate a little on the mayor's comment on the rural setting developments, which is what Mr. Clark's development was based on, the 3 5/8 acre lots. And we took those down with a PUD to a half. The large setbacks, the original concept with that started a number of years ago with Daniel Remington's development of having a rural setting and keeping the houses farther apart. And to facilitate that, we provided large side yard setbacks and maintained that all secondary buildings had to be behind that setback. Suburban Estates has been a development off of 76, probably all familiar with it. And the residents, as they built, have built the majority of them with site-proof fencing. And then they actually, by accident or by being poorly informed, one resident started to build a building too close to the fence line. That's how it came to the Board of Adjustment. Upon discussion with him, the homeowners association met, and they had 95, 94% participation at the meeting, which was the night before they came to the Board of Adjustment. And they all agreed that's what they wanted to be able to do. It would have been nice to just amend the development. That wasn't possible. And the Board of Adjustment discussed the issue, that we knew there were 3 more people who wanted to build in the backyard, a shop building. And those shop buildings needed to be moved to the side for their sprinkler systems. They're all on aerobic there. And whether you could control it in other ways, you still couldn't build centered on the back of the house and have those shop buildings, and they're large lots. So that's how they felt they wanted to be able to develop it. And we, as a Board of Adjustment, said, we know we'll get hit with a number of these because these people want to, but the neighbors agree and don't mind and want it. So we undertook to allow that under the equitable power of the Board of Adjustment. And that's what's happening. And that's what we've seen with that development, is those people coming in saying, you know, we've got a side yard load garage. We want to be able to use that drive and continue to a shop building. And they've done that. And to accommodate that, that's how we've done it. But that's what we've seen. Jumping off of Petrus, but on to your next matter, so I don't bother you again. That development adopted the wide setback initially and left them per RE3. The builders have all indicated a desire to build larger homes with a side yard load garage. I mean, that's a plus to the homeowners in the community, I believe, because of the view, or the view, but the aesthetics of the development. Thank you. I'm having a way with words tonight. And that's what Mr. Clark had come in to seek to change that. And that required an amendment to the PUD. And that's why it's here. I would go so far as to say, I think the principal reason for the Planning Commission's recommendation is really based on the process of, we've been down this road, it was asked for once and we approved it once. Should we just be changing things before they go on down the road? I voted with everyone else and we recommended denial because that's what the Planning Commission wanted. I think the fact is the decision is not on the aesthetics of it or the practicality of it, but on the procedures. So I would throw that back to you guys who knew that it was going to be a matter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And now, like I said, now is the time to do it. No houses have been built in either one of those additions. And so I think it helps us have a much better addition and allows people to build a little bit bigger house in the house they really want. And so I have no issue whatsoever with that. So, any other council member comments?
I wish lot sizes were bigger, but since there's no neighbors coming there, there's not a whole lot. I mean, I got much to stand on. I just think some of those, I'd like to see it bigger over there to kind of go on with what other people have done. If it was that important to everybody over there, they would be here.
Well, I think, let me just say one thing on this. I think something to consider on this one is that it is a private gated community. Something that is totally different potentially from the surrounding area, but also in a very good way. So,
And one of the things that's why I was asking about perimeter fencing is because there is, with that pipeline that goes just on the west side of the property, there's basically a cushion up against those houses. But they're not allowing, I know they're not allowing to do side fences, right, all the way to it, across the pipeline, I believe.
Sir, to this my knowledge, the pipeline will not allow
Side
fencing
fences
across
it,
their
so.
easement. And just a clarification, I got tick bit and I'm on medication and my voice isn't cooperating, so please bear with me.
That can be bad.
That's my only, but again, like I said, but I don't have anybody back to me here, so we're.
Well, entertain a motion.
Which one we're on? Motion to approve agenda item 8E. Pedro?
Second.
Motion second for approval of item number 8E.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8I.
E1.
E-I, yeah, 8E.
EI.
E-I.
8E.
Yeah. What?
It's
Wrong.
a small
What would be the purpose of an emergency clause on that? I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but this is the approval for the rezoning. It makes the rezoning go in effect right away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait,
They approved adoption of ordinance number 880.
Yeah, so discussion of possible action on adoption of the emergency clause ordinance number 881.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the emergency clause ordinance number 881.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 8.2, discussion of possible action on recommendation for approval of preliminary plat of Petrus.
We basically already discussed all
Yeah.
that. I'll make a motion to approve, item 8E2, preliminary plat of Petrus.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the preliminary plat.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item 8F, public hearing, discussion of possible action on application to rezone PUD number 852A, plan unit development to PUD plan unit development for Clark Family Real Estate Investments, Rocky Park, Oakmont subdivision, located in section 5, township 9 north, range 4 west, Indian Meridian, McLean County, Oklahoma, and adoption of ordinance number 882. Property location from the intersection of State Highway 37 and State Highway 76, 3,000 feet south on State Highway 76 to the entrance of Oakmont subdivision. Case number R2 2021-002, continued from the 4/12/21 city council meeting.
I'm Rocky Clark, the applicant. I'm requesting to amend the Oakmont PUD for the side yard setback only. The PUD amendment is at 20 feet. I'm trying to move it to 10-foot side yard. To Mark's Planning Commission, I was turned down, as we've spoken to, we've kind of gone through everything that before I got up here. I might mention that one of the people that had problems, they was talking about 10 feet on each side. 90% of these are gonna have 40 feet on the side, if you look up at it. And so the pathway to getting vehicle should be non-existent. There shouldn't be any problem at all.
You're saying most of them have more than that, but you want the ability to
Yeah, you
have.
can look up there, and you can see side load garage. So the side load itself is gonna kick out where the house is. So if you go down that driveway, you've got a driveway between the 10-foot and the 10-foot.
Oh, yeah,
So,
I see what you're saying.
so that's the type, and my guys are wanting to build a little bit bigger house, and that gives us the ability to use some bigger plans.
So the PUD has already been approved. Everything's been approved, and he's just requesting the one change to side yard setbacks only.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Mr. Clark? All right, we may call you back up in a minute. Any public comment concerning this agenda item?
I'll reiterate part, Joe Covey, 2805 Northwest 24th. So are you proposing, it looks like that it's being proposed that the lot widths have been changed from 100 feet to 125 minimum on these lots to do the 20-foot set, or the 10-foot setback? Is that throughout the entire development? Because this isn't a PUD issue, this is a design issue. He knew when he got his PUD approved, he had a 10-foot side yard setback. It was kicked back by the planning commission, and the council agreed with that and approved it with 20-foot side yard setback. He could have developed his subdivision to allow for the wider lots, for the wider houses, for the wider setbacks, but chose not to. Now he's asking the city council to let him change his PUD to keep his lots narrow. And there's no commitment to what lots would or would not be side yard or have side entries. I don't think that Mr. Clark's going to commit to all the lots being side entry garages. So therefore, you're biting off on something here that you don't know for sure what this is going to look like. He could take and put every house in there 10 foot from the side yard setbacks, have them all front loading garages, and not have any of them side loading garages. There's no assurance with what you're doing here, no commitment by the developer that these will all be side loading garages. So therefore, what you're being asked to do is reduce our standard of side yard setbacks to appease this developer's desire to build closer to his side yard. I know what Kevin said, but I don't necessarily agree with that there's not a fire issue here. And when Rocky brought this thing in, when Mr. Clark brought this in, this was going to be a class development. This was going to be a rural type setting. A rural type setting is not houses 10 feet apart or 20 feet apart. That's not a rural type setting. You get that in a lot of single family subdivisions all over using 6,000 square foot lots. So you're being asked to do something here after the fact without the developer taking consideration on his design of his subdivision of making wider lots to handle what he needs. He's asking the city now to reduce the standard that he committed to when he got his PUD approved, doing this after the fact. Yeah, there's not been any houses built in here yet, but that still doesn't stand the test that he could have designed his subdivision for wider lots to accomplish what he's wanting to accomplish with this development. And there's no commitment as to how many he will and how many he won't do this way. And this development has already got approved to reduce the front yard setback to 25 feet, where the one you just got through hearing went ahead and lived by the 40-foot setback for E1 district. And so, or E3, whichever one this is taking on for the half-acre tract. So you're being asked to do something here after the fact without the developer taking any of the hit on his own to redesign his lot sizes to accomplish what he's wanting to do. And so it's a one-way street. The city, in the development and approval of this PUD, didn't get any trade out on this PUD. PUDs are the trade outs. For something the city gives up, something should be given. The city has given everything on this, and there's been nothing given back. No park areas. Yeah, he's got some common areas for drainage and stuff like that. No park areas, no sidewalks. No sidewalks were required in this. So it's all been a one-sided issue. So I urge this council to hold this to the standard that it was approved by. And if you're going to let him go with 10 foot, put a minimum lot width on there of 125 feet or something like that, to where he can still use his side yard setback or his side entry garages, and a commitment as to how many of them will be done that way. How many lots will be done with side loading garages? Because if you give up to a 10-foot side yard setback, you have no control over whether he'll do it with side load garages or not. This is the only thing being asked of you, is a one-way street to where the side yard setbacks can be reduced with nothing being given in return.
Well, we didn't put 26th Street through, and we didn't put any access to Willow. Those were two things he wanted, I think, initially, and we didn't do. I mean, I'll speak for myself, but I think I was considering more the 10 foot than any promises of those driveways, although I know he said that's going to be a reasoning for some of them. I wasn't asking for a number of them. I think the consideration, the smart thing for the city to do is just decide, we're going to let them do 10, and then they put what they want and do the driveways how they want within there, or are we going to dictate that they get 10 only if they're going to do the driveway there? You know, one or the other. I don't know which way, but I feel like we did hold back on some things that they wanted for sure. I mean, we went through a lot of drama for that. So I feel that it has been a give and take, but are we going to say 10 only if it's the side load garage and then the rest are 20? Or are we just saying you can go to 10 and you do with it as you please, or your builders please?
Like I said earlier, you know, I think with the the 10-foot setbacks, that's twice as much as we get with our regular zoning. And you're not gonna have 10-foot, doing the side load garages, you're not gonna have every house 10 feet from each other. And I think it allows for a lot, and quite honestly, in discussions, it appears like he planned on a smaller house in these developments. His builders desired to build a bigger, nicer home. So that's why he came back after originally doing this, because it was his builder's request to build the type of homes that people are wanting in there. Now's the time to do it. There's no houses that have been sold. And as far as for giving things up, he did agree through the PUD that there would be a minimum of 75% brick, rock, stucco, or other facade. So he did give that up in there. I know he, along with a lot of others, and I've looked at some other developments, Chapel Acres I drove through down at Goldsby, and some others where there's some $400,000 or $500,000 homes that are probably 50% siding of some type, and it's very, very nice. But he did agree, kind of what we've done in the past with our PUDs, of setting some type of minimum facade requirement. And he did agree to do that, so, in the original PUD.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm developing an appetite to make sure developments get better, as good as much better as possible than not. And especially rural developments like that. I was really pleased when I heard about the decision or request had been made to go with larger homes. I think that'd be nice out there. So and I can envision if a 10-foot setback makes it look junkier, or I mean, that's not the word I'm looking for, but looks less attractive, I wouldn't have an appetite for it. But if it can still look attractive, if I can be sure that still is an acceptable width between the homes, and that would make me feel a lot better. I didn't have the concern before because of the fact that it is different. It gives us improvement on Pedras. It gives us improvement in another way. So I can envision. Do we know about what size? Is there a minimum square footage that will be built out there?
Well, we'll always put 17 foot, but I did Riverview. I'm the guy that's done more than he said he would every single time. And every time I get up, I think they think I'm dishonest or sneaky in something. Some people think that. I don't do that. I do what I say I'll do.
But I wasn't implying that.
No, some people.
He was asking, is there a minimum square footage that you're?
17.
17.
By the way, Riverview was supposed to be 17. There's nothing in
No, there's
under 4. So we put that. I don't know what the world's gonna be like in a couple of years. You know, I don't. The market will drive it, and 1,700 will be the minimum.
Any other public comment? All right, any comment from council?
I have one. With the planning of bigger homes and such, will these pass DEQ requirements
Oh, absolutely.
for not for the septic, but for the aerobics?
Yeah, they have to be,
And with the picture here shown of I hate to say it, looks like a swimming pool. It's gonna eat up a lot of space,
yes, sir.
and I'm just curious if,
So the coverage, again, will determine how big, I mean, that's the minimum that he's talking about, but the coverage will determine how big of a house you can build out as far as the footprint goes.
If it doesn't meet DEQ, they can build it.
And if it doesn't meet the DEQ requirement, but it's a 1/2 to 3/4 acre minimum, depending on the type of septic aerobic system that you have. They have to get DEQ approval first, and they wouldn't have platted out, and that was one thing that I was gonna say. It's hard to go back and say, well, these should be wider lots or deeper lots, because it was already accepted at that preliminary plat and then final platting stage.
and it looks like just a lot of concrete too, extra that, leaves a lot of surface.
Still have to meet that all coverage, any building and any pavement has to be under that 65%.
And that development's quite a ways off at 76, isn't it?
And yeah, I believe it start 1325. Or 660 back. 660, okay.
I don't, if there ain't a fire issue, I don't trust chief, if not, I mean.
Wait a minute, I'm not chief.
Oh, well, former chief.
Formerly known as chief.
Formerly known as chief, but someone with a lot more experience than I have when it comes to fire.
I hope not, or
If
my
it-
house will be burning.
If it, to me, if it allows for larger buildings, it allows for secondary buildings out there on that stuff, to me, it's all, it adds. So I don't,
One last question for me. How many homes,
73.
39 in phase one, 38 in phase two.
I like seeing the homes there in that part of our city.
All right, entertain a motion.
make a motion, we approve item 8F.
Second,
Motion second for approval of item 8F.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item 8G, discussion of possible action on adoption of the emergency clause of ordinance number 882.
Make a motion approval of 8G.
Second,
Motion second for approval of item number 8G.
Marcy White, yes, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay.
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 9, discussion of possible action on designation of elected officials as alternate delegates to the 911 ACOG Board of Directors and to the Intermodal Transportation Policy Committee. Now, this one, we put Mike Fullerton on as our official for both of these because nobody else in council wanted anything. And Gene said he did. So I would make a motion that we have Mike Fullerton on the intermodal transportation and Gene Reed on the 911 ACOG Board of Directors, with each serving as alternative or alternate for the other on the respective boards.
He's the only.
What did you say with that last part?
Each serving as alternate for the other on the respective board.
I thought you said each of us selecting our alternate.
No, no,
Have a motion, have a second.
second,
Motion is second for appointment of elected officials.
So we each will be primary and alternate.
Yep, your primary for 911, then general counsel.
okay, you're retired.
My wife.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Jean Reed,
Yes.
Marcy White, yes, Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes.
You don't have to be there till 1:30.
My wife said, you don't have a lot of meetings to go to. I said, just once a month.
This time we'll take a 5-minute break before we get into item number 10.
I got a goodness to run. I don't.
All right, we'll come back in session here after our break. Item number 10, presentation of a proposed annual budget for the city of Newcastle, Newcastle Public Works Authority, and all boards and commissions for fiscal year 2021 through 2022. And just somewhat of a point of order, based on state statute, this is the budget that is prepared and presented by the city manager.
Yes.
So,
And also, there is nothing to vote on here tonight at all. It's just a presentation, and then, of course, the budget will be brought back to council at the June council meeting for consideration and
Oh,
adoption.
So we'll have time to digest it.
Yes, absolutely.
awesome.
So, go ahead and jump to the next slide there.
Oh,
So basically, this is pretty much,
Page down.
this is pretty much the, same format that I used last year, for a budget presentation, just to give the council a feel of the major components, the major elements of the,
Is that where we're supposed to be? What happened?
You can go back that way. She went that way. It's on PowerPoint presentation.
Here I sat down and everything.
Try using your arrow button.
Arrow button?
Try using the arrow.
Arrow button.
Oh, is it gone to full?
How do I go back to where I was?
It's been a lifelong question. Mom.
You're not the one we're trying to get back to where you
I'll
were.
start it over.
we'll start up.
You know, if I said how much I enjoy you being present at these meetings,
I wish she was here the whole time, every time.
I bet you would like that too.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
first.
Ooh, that's.
Approved. Is that the new parks?
Yeah.
No, that's-
Yeah,
That's Petra.
named after its large donor.
Yeah.
This is saying grouping tabs together.
hang on a second, we're gonna cast from mine here.
Okay. All right.
It's a little
I
pain.
don't know how you can cast that over directly. I
It's a little
tried that
pain.
last
I did it a couple weeks
Oh,
ago. That's more like
Right.
it. Finger painting. We need to do that.
Oh, no.
I started the drawing earlier.
There we go.
Starts.
Then I
I
can
did.
take it. All right, here we go.
What happened?
All righty, here we
All
go.
right, so basically, it's the same exact format, as I was saying earlier, of the major elements or components of the budget. It does not go line item by line item and operations and personnel costs and all of those different things. So we'll look at revenue, sales and use tax. We will look at expenditures, personnel and operations, just some details about those, small details. We'll also look at capital improvements, Fund 4, the roads and seniors youth, and then we'll also look at our fund balances that have been projected for the end of this current fiscal year, but also for the proposed FY 22 fiscal year. So if we look at sales and use tax revenue, historical, projected, and proposed, you can see the different levels there that we have reached here since 2018, and you can also see that 1920 was very good years. It's projected to be a very good year at the end of this fiscal year with 8.2 million in sales and use tax revenue. And what we have budgeted is just a little over 7.7, which gets us pretty close back to the fiscal year 20 sales tax and use tax revenue levels. Held it back just a little bit, still a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
I think that our 8.2 million for 21 projected is gonna be just a little bit low. We're probably gonna be about 200,000 more than that at this point, because we did get May taxes in Friday. Friday. We got them in Friday, and they were phenomenal. The highest tax month that we've had all year long. Could be an anomaly. We think April was an anomaly. May could be an anomaly, so they may come back down to more normal levels next month. But anyway, 8.3 to 8.4, I think is probably where we'll wind up. But we're still projecting out 7.7 for next year in sales and use tax. Just because we're not ready to jump off the deep end and
Do we have the analytics to know the unemployment rate in our county?
The what rate?
unemployment rate?
In our county?
Oh.
Yes.
The what rate?
Unemployment rate in our county versus what's been, the reason why I ask that is just as we're trying to project how the economy is recovering and what we're doing, is that, can that take any credence in giving us a direction on what next year could be doing? Because a lot of people will have lost jobs across the country. We're starting to get those jobs back. I'm curious if we can understand the impact of the pandemic and what, because a lot of people are spending stimulus money.
Correct.
And that would be people that are basically collecting unemployment for the most part, to be able to project how much of that could, if the government stops putting out stimulus money, how's that going to affect sales use tax? I'm just,
Well, and also, Tommy, we've had a lot of people teleworking and not going north of the river. And I think we've had a lot more people that have tended to shop via Amazon or other online services. And we've got those sales tax dollars. So one of my concerns, and I've discussed this with Kevin a lot, is when people start going back to the office, are they gonna start stopping and spending their sales tax dollars in Oklahoma City and more Norman again? Rather than shopping on Amazon from home? And we really don't know how long the tail of COVID is gonna be here. So I think that's why one reason Kevin's being a little conservative.
no, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm really just trying to understand how we can project.
Yeah.
What we're gonna be, what we're gonna do. I don't, and of course, complete opinion on my side is, I think there's gonna be a large majority of companies that continue to telework.
Yeah.
A much larger percentage of the workforce is gonna telework permanently than what they ever had. I don't think it's gonna affect Newcastle much, but I think it's gonna affect the city more. All that office space that has been highly sought after for years and years is gonna be wide open. I've talked to a few developers, talked to a few things, and I think I really think it's gonna settle. I think there's definitely gonna be some people going back, but I think it's gonna be a lot more than what we think. People stay working. People have found out that they can do it with technology. They've got comfortable with it. The production has stayed where they need to stay. And people are, I'm one of them. I've still got 3 employees that telework. They're able to do everything they're doing. They stay on time and do stuff, but as long as they can do it, I don't have any problem with it. Anyway.
So that's kind of where we're at on projected revenues. And also, when we look at our sales and use tax revenues budget for each year, we look back at the previous 3 years, sometimes 5, to get an average. Of course, this year was, you look back on those 3 years, and of course, we've got a wild year because of COVID. So we adjust a little bit. And I mean, even though FY 20, it turned out great. FY 21 is looking fantastic. But like the mayor said too, there's a lot of people that's been shopping at home. There's no doubt about it. And, that's probably helped our numbers a little bit. I don't think they're going to fluctuate that much. I think they'll probably stay up over the course of this next year, but I'd rather be cautious, which I try to be every single year on this. Jeannie and I both do.
Under promise, over deliver.
Yeah. So this is the proposed sales tax, use tax revenue by fund. So Fund 01, we're proposing 1.94 million. And this is how the 4 cents is broke down, the 4%.
Break down what those particular funds are.
Fund 01 is basically the general fund. Fund 02 is water. That's 2%. Fund 01 is 1%. Fund 03 is for the fire tax.
Fire department.
Yeah, fire department tax, that's 0.5 cent. And then Fund 04 is for roads and the 30% money, and that's also a 0.5 cent tax. And then, of course, all of those add up, because I checked it on Excel, it actually worked. They add up, that's 7.7.
You said
7.7.
4 was road, 0.5 cent roads and what?
It's roads and the 30% money that goes to the youth and senior center.
Okay.
And just one comment on that 0.5 cent that we're in each, the fire and the roads and 30%. We're sending that amount to the McLean County every year as well, through the county sales tax. So we'll be sending them close to $1 million this next year, and we did this year.
For road?
No, for the Haskett County sales tax.
Oh,
Screw it.
So,
But it's not reflected on any of these.
No, it's
just
not.
that it's what drives our tax up.
yeah, it goes, yeah, it drives the tax up and goes straight from the
that
Oklahoma Tax
expired?
Commission.
No.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
ever? I was just wondering
It's in
if it was-
perpetuity, isn't it?
No, it will have to be voted on again. It's not perpetual,
Okay.
It's like 5 years out.
something like that.
And then they do a 10-year tax this time.
They
Or
may
was it
have,
another 8?
yeah, that sounds good. I can't
I
remember.
think it was 10 years. Anyway,
I
I
think
don't know.
Lane won this time on.
So here's our proposed personnel expenditures. This is, and for the IFF and FOP, got an FOP member in here now, and we'll see what happens. This is not guaranteed. No, so right now, and we will talk about this, of course, probably much more at next month's meeting in executive session, but right now I proposed a 5.3% for IFF, or the cost of that would be 47,820 annualized, and then the FOP 6.5%, or 51,811 annualized cost to the city. This is increased to their pay plans. 3% for non-uniform personnel, that's on the city side and water side. And we do have a 6% health insurance increase. I guesstimated that when we started doing this budget, and we found out this morning that it came in at 6.17%.
Good job.
Just a wild guess. But the good thing is the dental insurance went down 13.5%. So our actual overall increase is 5.3. So say $5 per person on this. In this budget for general government too, we're looking at adding 2 police officer positions, 2 dispatcher positions, 3 street positions, and 1 parks director. All of this has already been placed into the budget and calculated out. So when I show you some expected fund balances and things of that nature on into this presentation, understand that all of this has already been included in that overall budget, and then that fund balance is what is left over after all of this. The NPWA, again, a 3% increase. We'll have 3 water department positions in that. Those 3 positions, they've actually been trying to hire now for several months. Months they were approved already, and they just have not been able to get applications. On that note, as a segue, I will tell the council that back in March, and some of that cost is what is going to drive this budget this year, this next year. Back in March, I restructured salaries in the street, water, vehicle maintenance, dispatch. That's dispatch. It's those 4 departments. I restructured salaries in those departments for all personnel. We had people that had been working in some of those departments 6, 7, 8 years, making $12.50 an hour. The street department and the water department, they had been trying to get a truck driver in each of those respective departments. Street department interviewed a guy. He came in and was qualified. He came in and they were going through the interview, and the applicant said, "What's the starting salary?" Street department told him what the starting salary was, and the applicant said, "Why in the world would I take that position for that kind of money when I'm making more than that on unemployment at home, doing nothing?" So we looked at that very, very carefully, very hard. Myself, Jeannie, the department heads, looked at all the different positions in those departments, and I said, "We got to do something. We have to do something, or we're not going to get people to apply." We're not even going to we won't get people to apply, let alone qualified people to apply. So we restructured those salaries. Some of those increases were significant, but there is not a single position now at this point that will start out less than $15 an hour on street, water, dispatch, vehicle maintenance, The fire department will look like it's below 15 just because of the hours they work per year. But if you average that out over, 2,080 hours a year, they're well above that. So when we did that, we had these two dispatcher positions pop up that we had to have. In the past, we have received applicants that no experience, no experience whatsoever, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But when we were able to advertise at the $16 per hour on these two dispatchers, that's what we raised those to, applicants just began to fly in, and he was able to hire two people, one with 10 years experience, certified dispatcher, the other one has 6 years.
Great.
So, and both of these people, when they interviewed with the chief, told him it's the salary. I mean, this kind of starting salary is exactly what people are looking for. So, and to get dispatchers, it's extremely tough, very tough. Yes, sir.
So, are those two examples, the two that are up there now? The two, or is this, are you adding two more?
No, this is them. This is actually them, but they haven't started yet.
And was that a net add, or had you lost one or two, or?
We're losing two to retirement. We have another one that has interviewed with another department.
Yeah.
We don't know yet if that one will be leaving or not. So these are replacements.
Okay, so these aren't net adds or anything?
They were supposed to be net adds,
Oh, right.
but it didn't happen.
Well, would you like, do you need two more?
We do.
Well, that's what I
We
was
do.
curious about, because, speaking of 911 and everything, I just wondered what our dispatch process, status is right now.
Yeah.
So we could use, we need probably four?
Yes.
The coverage or
Total.
rotation and
Yes.
everything?
We do. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see where the budget takes us, and I would assume that we're gonna be able to do that, but I don't wanna jump off in it too quickly.
How about the officers, Kevin, also net adds, or?
Well, and those were supposed to be net adds, but then we had the deputy chief retire, which means a lieutenant is moving up into that slot, which means a sergeant is moving up into that slot, which means there will be a vacancy at the patrol level, which one of the officers that I'm adding here will fill that vacancy, so we only got one net add. And I was wanting two net add on that.
So you can go ahead and do two net ads if that's what's in the budget.
Absolutely, absolutely. we will.
I'm glad to see that, to correlate with our growth.
Well, my goal was, when looking at the budget for the police department specifically, my goal was to get 16 officers on the street, not including two detectives, not including the chief and deputy chief, but having 8 per shift, each 12-hour shift. That way, when there's people off, I don't know what they allow you guys, and I really don't care. It's just, as far as taking off the number of people being off during a shift.
There's really no standard. I
Okay,
mean,
so,
as long as there's a minimum of one person on.
well, we're gonna get better than that, I promise.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, so my goal would be, and this is a discussion to have with the chief, but 4 or 5 people minimum on the street at all times. If you got 8 per shift, then you've got, you
Right.
easily can have 4 per shift on duty at all times.
Feeling good about that.
Yeah, anyway, that's,
Okay, thank you.
that's
And
got,
Parks Director,
Parks Director,
have we had someone in that part-time, or just?
no,
No.
but I have an employee that has been doing that work for us now for, I don't know, a year and a half or so. And, it's just nothing but complaints, Gene, and I need somebody to take over that spot.
All she wants is money.
I'm just kidding. No, Jeanette's done a fantastic job for us, handling all that, but she tries to handle her economic development job as well.
She had other work to do.
You can't keep her from juggling about 15 hats.
We need her time for grants.
Yeah.
I know that's what we're trying to get.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, so I mean, this will, and I'll explain some other things here on another agenda item that's coming up after this, but it also kind of ties into our agreement with the chamber that I'll explain here shortly. But, I think a Parks Director can certainly take over when we interview these people. Jeanette will be setting in, she hadn't heard this yet, but she will be setting in with me on the interview for this person. So, because I want to make sure we get somebody that can handle the grants, these parks grants that are coming in, that they've got some kind of experience with this. If nothing else, they're trainable, and she'll get to train them to do this. But have somebody handling that stuff, have somebody that comes in that can handle the events for us, things of that nature. Take care of the parks. We have 4 people now in parks maintenance. They will actually be the supervisor over those 4 people. So it'll become its own little department. We've never had that. And I think it's way past time.
It's time, thanks.
Our parks guys right now, and I found this out the other day from the street superintendent, all of the parks, including the cemetery, they are mowing 157 acres.
No, shouldn't have.
Every week. They're having to rotate in that. We can.
That count right away too?
No, that's not right.
It's just park.
That's just park and cemetery.
Wow.
So we've got, and I've already told him, you need to start thinking about seasonal people for your right of ways, because these parks guys are not gonna do it no more. So, anyway,
We do some for this district, don't we? On the mowing,
not as much as we used to.
we used to. I
Yeah,
remember
a little.
hearing that when I was on the council, or on the school board.
General government proposed operations, you can see all the different departments there. Administration is 485, 750 for operations, and that's not personnel, that's just operations. Gene and I had a conversation over this. He said, why in the world is that so much higher? Well, the fact that we have audits that come out of that, which is 60 to 80,000 budgeted. We have, risk management things that come out of the insurance for all the vehicles, the buildings, different things like that come out of that budget. There's some really big ticket items in that budget, that just pays for those costs. It's not, it's not pencils and, yeah, software, a lot of software costs in.
Did I say in the world, or did I just say why is that high?
Well, what's included
I
in
think it was
that?
in the world. Street department, 268.7, that, every operational budget, and I looked at every one of these, by the way, went over, Jeannie and I met with every department head, just like we do every year, and said, went over it line item by line item, and, and got their feel on what we were proposing for that line item, whether or not they thought they could make it in that line item each year, every single line item. And all of these budgets came out very, very close to what they were in 20, the operational budget. Some of them went up just a little bit, but not very much. We kept them really close to what they were. Again, the biggest increases that we had were the salary restructure that we've done this year, the raises that we're proposing next year, 3 police vehicles that are in next year's budget. They keep having Dodges that are crashing on them, and there's junk. There's no reason to try to repair it. So
How many of those we got left?
I think he said 5 was on the street right now. And when I say on the street, there's 5 Dodges left. I don't know if all of them's on the road or not.
Chief has one of them.
So we need 5.
We'll get to it.
We may get 5 if the budget's allowed. That's supposed to alarms here, but. Water department proposed operations, 2.4 million, wastewater, 185,000. Again, that's comparable to what we saw in fiscal year 20. And this is our Fund 4 projections and proposals. In FY 20, you can see, it was, and again, that are FY 20, 21, and 22. FY 21 is looking really good on all accounts except 30%. I don't know what the expenditure was there in the 30%, but for this year, that's costing us in the 30.
It's not 30%, started out very low, we built it up. It used to be, that's the one where we had a couple loans come out and then you and I restructured and paid off the loans.
Okay, yeah.
So now that one is gradually building up.
Okay. Yeah, and it's up over 400-something thousand right now. This was actually the end of March that I took these numbers from. So the Fund 4 totals, we're looking at $1 million for 22, and that's in the 70 and 30%. 700,000 for roads and bridges, 300,000 is what we're expecting to come in for 30% side of the money. I will say that in this budget, upcoming budget, we do have $900,000 roughly in street projects that we're gonna be proposing. One of those, and so we'll be using some of the 70% money, which we have an excellent fund balance in that 70% money, so it's not going to hurt us to use that. But Eunice Street has got to get done.
Where's that at?
Right over here. First street as you go out of the park here.
Okay.
So, and we're guesstimating last year when we had that engineered out, it was roughly $453,000. We're expecting that to be about $500,000, but it's got to get done. There's just no more putting that on. That's been, that's been on hold now for 12, 15 years, and we're going to make that happen, and hopefully it's going to be the very first road that we do right after the budget year, start of the budget year. I will say that May Avenue is scheduled, I was going to say this for my comments, but I'll say it now. May Avenue is scheduled for pavement overlay I believe it's May 17th. Yes, a week from today.
Wow.
They will get that one knocked out. They've been doing some things on Portland. And John, the street superintendent, has reassured me that he thinks they can get Portland done as well before the end of June 30, before the end of this fiscal year. because that's
Didn't we
really
just
been pushed.
approve May last meeting?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's fast.
It needs to be.
Oh, my.
Those guys are working hard. I mean, they've, it's my understanding they've actually been having some guys come in on Fridays that they don't normally work on Fridays. But those projects got to get done in this budget year, because I want to move on with new and fresh next budget year.
We've got an infinite number of road projects we can do in this city.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of them is, besides Eunice Street, one of the other overlay projects we discussed is Rockwell. And I know that's been mentioned many, many times, between 24th and 37. So we'll be overlaying that roadway. I had a call the other day from a resident up there on, what's that little cul-de-sac street at the north end of Rockwell in your district?
31st place,
Is it 31st place?
there's one of them there.
Just like two houses on it or something. Yeah, somebody called about that one, said, man, this thing is falling apart, but,
So all the way from 24th to 37?
yes, yeah.
We have the road cratering,
Yeah, that's what
cratering
happened.
off at the curvy spot.
Yeah, yes, John and I talked about that. All of the chip seal projects will be put on this next budget year because they didn't get done this year. None of them did. All the chip seal projects, I think there's another overlay project. The only thing is, when you get to talking about so many projects, well, we don't have a whole lot of people to make it happen. That's the reason I put 3 people in the street department budget, because we're trying to build the construction side and the maintenance side. So we'll have a construction crew that'll be able to go around and do these types of projects, but we'll also have a maintenance crew that'll go out and fill the potholes, or put in the sealant or whatever in some of these roads that need that.
Instead of the same crew doing both.
Yes, and we'll have supervisors, we will have supervisors on each crew to be able to handle those things. Big plans, Jeannie says they'll work out, so we'll see what happens.
She says that we believe it.
In the 30% portion, of course, it's the normal stuff that we usually budget for: senior citizens, Delta Transit, youth, the parkland payment. The only thing that is new in this budget is City Hall remodel, because if I do hire a parks director, Jeanette says I have to put them somewhere. She won't let them come in her office. So we will be remodeling the west or the north end of the L shape there in our building, finishing that out. I'm guessing that, and this is just a wild guess on my part, I'm thinking that we can probably have that finished out for about $70,000. We did the planning area, we were able to do that for 42. A little bit more things that need to be done, but there's also less things that need to be done in the area that I'm talking about. So I'm 70 to 75,000, I think, to take care of it. And we've actually put 50,000 in a contingency fund, which is what I used to do the remodel last time. But we also have enough in this 30% that we could match funds up and get this done, or just take it strictly out of 30%.
At least we have room to grow.
Yes, but when that all gets, developed out and we have a plan for it and whatever, that'll come back to council, because it certainly will exceed my limits of spending. So,
Now, what about, we've been talking over the years about remodeling this one to make it more feasible. What's our? Yep, yeah.
we've already had ImageNet come out. Yeah. Myself and Scott met with ImageNet. They have been looking at doing the electronics in here. They're supposed to be getting us a proposal within a couple of weeks. We've also talked about the quarter moon. I call it a quarter moon. I don't know what you really call it.
Horseshoe.
Horseshoe.
Well, but it's not a full horseshoe. Like,
It's a horseshoe.
I'll just imagine it being horseshoe.
a horseshoe. We've also talked about a new horseshoe here, of course, where we're not all sitting here looking at each other like this, but then
Nobody ever gave me access.
the monitor up here for the council to be able to look at, or two monitors, one monitor facing out. Talking also about things that they say you can come in and push a button and it automatically goes to YouTube and Facebook or whatever, and to do this live streaming instead of all of this. We'd just be able to, Scott come in, push the button, he can actually control it from home.
Well, that's where it's gonna be.
Don't get any ideas.
So Kevin,
I need
so
him here.
I think I missed your point. The quarter moon, are you saying you're going for a different design than this?
Yes, this will be taken out.
And you'll go to that type of design
Yes.
instead of the, okay.
We'll be mainly
Oh, like Norman's.
looking out there versus just looking at each other.
Correct,
Isn't it?
that's correct.
Mine will improve immensely.
I would, and what I'd like to see too is kind of some different, elevations on this horseshoe
Yeah.
to where potentially laptops pop up out of the center. You push a button or whatever and your laptops come up and they're ready to go right there in front of you. When you come in, or Scott will help me work through that one, all
Or
the
even
electronic
just
stuff.
to monitor what's over there instead of me going.
That's,
"What
yeah,
building's that gonna
that's
be?"
pretty much,
How much y'all trying to steal?
As much as we can.
With my computer.
I make a motion, Jeannie not here the rest of the evening.
Oh, I don't want to put key in the drawer. He got a key in his drawer.
I know before you. So anyway, yes, to answer your question, Tommy, yes, we are looking at that here and see where that'll come out.
Just want to be able
I
to,
have-
biggest thing for me is improving the experience for the city.
Yes,
I mean, I'm fine fitting what we got.
Sure.
Just improving for citizens who can't be here.
right. Well, absolutely. That's what I'm looking at, Scott, too, is how can we make this much cleaner to go out there and live stream
Yeah.
and things of that nature.
Won't have to set all this up every time and.
Yep.
Love it.
But it does
Try
sound
next
and look
week.
really good when you rewatch it, because I watched it last time again and it was really good.
So here is our projected and proposed fund balance. As Jeannie had told you earlier in her budget report in the NPWA meeting, right now the fund balance is basically sitting at 2.7, and that is with adjustments that we made, contributions to the fire station fund, 300,000, contributions to the grant cost share fund, 300,000. We are paying off the 3 2019 police cars at $65,000. We are expending it's a little less than 25,000, probably about 22, 23 tomorrow to buy 2 more lawnmowers for those parks guys. Because they only have one good one, one bad one right now that they're using. What else was it, Jeannie?
Or out of general fund.
Yes.
Tasers.
Tasers, we're purchasing, new tasers for
And
the
I'm
police.
funding the new car that they previously approved.
Oh,
Yes,
well,
yes, paying for that new car that the council approved, that 60,000.
I think all council members have to take a taser just so we know what it's about.
We'll start with Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy thinks the council members should take a taser, see what it's about. Would you be willing to help him?
Certified instructor, I'll be more than happy.
Start with James.
doesn't hurt him, I'll do it.
I'm the only one. I'll bring the
He is a
behavior.
newbie.
Yeah, and just looking at these fund balances, it's very impressive, and I thank Kevin and Jeannie for being exceptionally conservative in nature, but, you know, several years ago, we made a commitment to try to wait a little longer to do things, spend a little bit more money doing them, but doing them right, so they would be long lasting. That includes roads, that includes everything we do, try to do it at a better quality, try to get these additional easements, build a better quality road. And to be able to do that, we have to save to be able to do that. So, you know, it may look like we have a lot of money, and thankfully we do, but there are uses for every single dollar there. And this opens up some avenues for us to potentially not finance as much with the fire department, to potentially build more roads. Once we get that dedicated road construction crew up and running, we may be able to double our road building budget each year to try to get to some of these roads that we haven't been able to get to. You know, I've always thought it would be great if we could never have have no more gravel roads in Newcastle. And we're not there yet. So there's a lot of things that we can do, but it's been so important that we save up to do those, and we minimize the financing, and we're able to do them at a much higher quality.
Definitely, and paying off those 3 police cars, we will have no more vehicle loans. That's it. There will be no more on the books at that point. This 2.48 million ending is what we projected for the end of fiscal year 21. And like I said, that's after everything that we just talked about and moving those monies over into those funds. The proposed for FY 22, the 2.1 represents a little over 29%. Okay, 29% reserve fund balance. So where we were sitting at, you know, 45%, 42%, we have taken that down. We're spending some money here. We're spending some money in the budget next year, but we've also moved a bunch of money into our fund balances for the fire station and for the grant cost share fund. We have a lot of grant costs that are coming up on that ballpark. Our share for that is $665,000. With that the funds that we moved today gave us a little over 1.2, I believe, almost 1.3. No, that was the fire station.
We have
700, yes.
By the end of the FY, we'll have 775.
Right. So we'll have enough to take care of our share for the ballpark.
Still be doing a lot of that in kind.
Bunch of it will be in kind. I like it that we're able to set enough aside in that we covered all in cash, and then whatever we do in kind, it's like icing on the cake. Jeanette, though, I mean, we're looking at another grant, and we're trying to figure out whether or not we're going to be able to meet the requirement on the cost share of it, and that will be for a new farmer's market, big pavilion out here on the west side of the new Veterans Park. And restaurants over there on that side of the park. So we're potentially, I mean, we could potentially be talking about 1.2, 1.3 million for those 2 facilities. That's another 665 or better. Nothing saying that we'll get that grant, but, you know, she wants me to tell her right away whether or not she can do it. Well, I'm not ready, but I think we can get there, but, you know, we'll have to see. But right now, we're able to take care of the grants that we do have out there. This carries about, this whole budget for next year will carry about a little less than $300,000 deficit.
I think it's like 280.
280?
Once we take off that loan.
Yes. About 280 deficit, which is already covered in the budget through the fund balance. It comes out of the fund balance. That's already included in that 29% remaining. So, I mean, we're still ending up with a 29% fund balance reserve, a little over $2 million, and able to get all of these things done. My biggest concern was revenues, of course, but then also maintaining or sustaining what we're projecting now for next year, how we're going to sustain that the next year after 21-22. But I think that when I look at this budget, we've you know, we're spending $165,000 on police cars this year. We won't have to spend, you know, we may buy 2 in the next budget year. They may go up a little bit, but we're not gonna be doing another salary restructure. I think hiring a number of more people is going to slow down, because we'll be sitting pretty good with what we're looking at. And Jeannie said I can't hire anymore anyway, so, there's a lot of cost associated with this budget that won't carry forward into the 22-23 budget that I think will allow us to sustain where we're at. And our taxes are going to increase as well, I think.
We hope so.
We
Now,
hope.
what does our accounting firm recommend is our percentage of carryover?
15 to 25% is what Crawford recommends, and we're setting at 29 is what we're proposing. What it looks like it's going to come out.
And as we diversify our retail throughout the city, and we're not so dependent upon one area, that makes us less susceptible to large impacts from major disasters. So that, as time moves on, hopefully, we can get a little bit more comfortable, or, you know, staying around that 20-25% rather than get a little higher. But we're so susceptible now to one major tornado event at the Tri-City area that would cripple this community.
Where the tornadoes start every time.
Yeah, if that tornado in 2013 had gone a half mile east of where it did, it would have been, I don't know how we would have made payroll.
There's probably no insurance for that, for cities.
Not really. I mean, well, because a lot of the things that, you know, that got damaged, if Walmart got tore up, I mean, that's just it's a private business.
No,
I know what you're saying. I don't know if there's any, if there would be a recovery, you know, prospect for us, or because we lose half our sales tax or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I think that's when you go back to FEMA funds, when things are declared natural disasters.
Yeah,
Well,
but then
things
once
like that.
once it pays and you don't have that retail coming in for another year. till
You
they
don't,
rebuild.
but that's what your reserve fund balance, that's why I don't like going down to 15%.
Right.
I remember when it was 4.5, 5.
Ooh.
Yeah,
we were 100% for a long
It was
time.
six
and that's
nervous
good.
when I started here.
Yeah.
That's nervous.
So
This is good.
basically self-insure
Yeah.
is about
Yeah.
the only answer.
Well, I'm gonna be real honest with you. 29%, that still scares me to death. How far do you think $2 million is gonna go?
Not
If you
far.
lose
Less
35%
than
of
a
tax.
quarter, less than a quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
mean, really, less than a quarter.
you're right.
it's still spooky.
I mean, we've got to be above 33% to be able to cover, you know, a quarter of your year.
Right.
What,
That's only 3 months.
without asking for any specifics, but do we have some good prospects for retail coming in? Like anything in the works that might make moves towards that, or are we like, we don't know what's coming? We don't know if there's any, are there things out there on the horizon that could help at least?
Still a lot of discussions that take place. The discussions are getting better than they were during the COVID months, or the COVID year.
True.
But those things are starting to bounce back, and I think Jeanette's hearing some things out there that, you know, could be potential possibilities.
I mean, I'm always looking at, you know, I'm looking at the I-35 Highway 9 corridor, or at
Mhm.
least I-35 and Highway 9, I should say. I know there's a lot of talk about that off-ramp that maybe will hinge on what we get.
Well,
Well,
if we had a sewer system down there right now, there are numerous major retailers that want to be there. There's a lot of opportunity there, but we don't have the ability to serve them with the sanitary sewer system.
Could that be
And
our insurance?
Well, that's that diversity we're talking about, that getting that area that is and I've said this numerous times, we've got better demographics when you talk about traffic numbers specifically at that area by Love's than we have at Tri-City.
Yeah.
So it's a potential boom for the city if we were able to provide service, and so that needs to be a priority, I think, for the city to be able to not just take advantage of that, but also diversify our sales tax generating areas a little bit more.
Make an investment even if we, as we need to.
And when the
Well,
new
we've been
census
talking
numbers
about
come out in September,
We're talking about it.
we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, they're coming in September? I was just wondering that today. 'Cause
End of September.
Okay.
And that will help out. We've had a private group that we've contracted with that's working on our new, better, I guess, sales paraphernalia for the city, I don't know, what do you wanna call it, marketing, I guess?
Beyond 30.
So that's coming soon, and so that will give us something that we can really push out there. So, things are really looking up, but, it's gonna be slow on the uptake, I think, for a while anyway.
Well, and one thing that the feedback we've gotten from businesses that we're planning buildings or secondary buildings we can already have is the cost of material, right? The cost of material prohibits them from collecting the kind of rent that they would need to offset that cost. So we've seen a dramatic pause on some secondary structures that had been planned for this year.
That makes sense too.
Any other questions with, Kevin on the budget proposal?
You guys did a remarkable job. Thank you.
Yep, looks great.
Now, we appreciate the work you put
I'd
in.
like
I
to
know
call
that they put in a
Yeah, me
significant
too.
number of hours on this, and we appreciate it very much.
It's very visual.
All right, item number 11, discussion of possible action on interlocal agreement with Newcastle Chamber of Commerce.
Of course, the chamber agreement is going to be coming up for renewal in June. Right now, the city the contract agreement allows the city to pay $18,000 a year to the Chamber of Commerce. And it's for different things that they do for us, some events and things of that nature. The Easter egg hunt, farmers market deal, garage sales, homecoming parade. That's what this parks director will be doing for us once we get them hired. Those different events and more events, planning things out like that. Just to give you a heads up, I will be approaching council next month, and I've already talked to 3 different chamber folks about this. But I will be approaching council to reduce that contract and pull these events back in-house under this parks director, because I think that, I know the chamber is busy with many other things, and I think that we can devote more time and attention to these events and actually provide things for the citizens and residents to do each month, potentially. I mean, I'd like to get to a point where we're having monthly concerts or movies in the park. Whatever that. Yeah, some kind of a little event. I mean, it doesn't have to be some major concert or anything, but something for people to do, especially through the summertime. So, and then also think of things that they can do, and coordinate through the fall and winter. So, I don't know yet. I haven't thought about what I will propose to the council as far as the monies that we still can, because I don't think we should completely eliminate it with the chamber. They're still a good partner with the city. So I don't want to say we completely eliminate that agreement, but I do think that it can be reduced to where we're doing a lot of those things in-house ourselves. And then the monies that we do pull back in that agreement would actually go towards this parks director or events or whatever that we're taking care of. So, I think it says discussion and possible action. I don't know that there's any action to take, because the agreement's a fairly simple agreement, and all I have to do is change just a couple of items in that. Bring it before council next month.
Okay. Item number 12, any major comments?
I'll set that.
All right, item number 13, any council member comments? Well, I just had a couple comments, and I've been approached by some people that there was some stuff that was put on social media about I-35 Highway 9 interchange. And a commitment from the city of Newcastle of close to $800,000. And I think there's a little bit of confusion of what that money represented and why it was done, or the proposal was there. But in 2018, we were approached by the Chickasaw Nation to participate in a project on Highway 9 I-35 that's very similar to the proposal that's before, this kind of was put forth recently that would increase the safety and the access for that area. And as a part of that, it was to reroute Harvey Street on our side of the road, on Newcastle's side, over to adjacent to the Love's location, very much like the proposal that was put in the Newcastle Pacer last week. And also realign the county street on the Goldsby side of Highway 9 so that the stoplight could be Harvey Street stoplight could be pushed down adjacent to Love's. So this was a proposal that was put forth by the nation for a grant application for the Federal Highway Administration, and a little over $11 million. But they needed Goldsby, the city of Newcastle, and the nation all to commit funds if the grant application were approved. So Newcastle did agree to commit close to $800,000 for this proposal. We did that with an agreement with the Chickasaw Nation that should the grant be approved, they would provide funding for Newcastle and Goldsby's portion of this project. And that Newcastle would not have to expend any money for this. We would be fully, not just made whole, we weren't loaning the money and being reimbursed. They were going to provide upfront all the funding. So it was a commitment by the city to partner with this, but then a commitment also by the Chickasaw Nation to provide the funding for Newcastle and Goldsby's portion of this. The grant application was not approved. And so now they're moving forward with ODOT and the nation potentially to go ahead and readdress that situation. But Newcastle did not spend one dime of that proposed money, nor did the city of Goldsby or the town of Goldsby. And so just to kind of clarify some things that have been put out there, that Newcastle spent $800,000, we did not. We made that commitment based on a commitment from the Chickasaw Nation to pay that portion, provide us the funds for our commitment. So if there's any questions about that or anything else, I know any member of council would be glad to address that. So anybody can reach out to any of us at any time and for any clarification on that particular or any other issue related to the city of Newcastle. Marcia?
Oh, I was just gonna update you, just going back, I don't know, before COVID. I don't even know what month that was anymore. But I'd made the visit to Owasso to talk about what they were doing with their character council. And COVID, I mean, that's what's all of our lives. So it was not really the right time to pursue anything and try to move forward on our own. But last week, I actually met with about 15 people from Newcastle to kind of reintroduce the idea, talk about, is this something we want to go for? I really felt like after the election and the ours and the bond, that people, I started seeing a sense on Facebook of a sense of, hey, we're proud of where we come from. We might have issues, but this is not who we want to be. And so I had a very, very huge, overwhelming response of people saying, oh my gosh, this is great. This is something we want to do. And about 15 came to the meeting, but there were a lot more who have sent me emails and support. And so we met last week to talk about, is this something we want to do? Kind of start generating ideas on what kind of commitment do we want to make as a community, which would involve the city, the school district, and it's not a formalized, but just putting out there in print. We want to be a community that treats each other right, that appreciates our neighbors, that we appreciate the past of where we came from. We want our future to be different. And the main thing is, I can't control anything except my house and try to be an influence in my community. Everything else, I don't even have the energy to think about what's going on in the rest of the world, but we can all put into our community and start there. And so I'm going to try to get the Owasso group to either come here and talk to the group and kind of give them they've been doing this for 20 years. And it's formal in the sense that they have a group that meets. I don't know if it's once a month or what, but the main thing is all the people that are part of their character council just go out into all the parts of the community and have a common language of how we treat each other, and mainly it's just intentionally celebrating all the positive things we have, not correcting each other where we're wrong, but making it 90% positive feedback, positive conversations in our newspaper, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, wherever, just talking to our neighbors, the way we treat each other at our HOAs or whatever is we all are committed to this responsibility to affect our community in a positive way. We don't want to be the status quo. The status quo is not exactly something I want to go down that road where it's going, because it's pretty hateful out there a lot, you know, and I want our city to be a place that can be protected from the ugliness of the world. So we can control that, and we can be who try to be better. So anyway,
How many people are in Owasso?
well, like Owasso
Citizens.
as a whole,
Yes.
ooh, they're a lot bigger than us.
That's why, the point
Yeah.
I think you're trying to make is, we can grow and we
Yes.
can be double the size we are now, but still be that community we desire to have. Owasso is a perfect example of the way to do that.
Oh, yeah, they have enough students for at least 2 high schools. They structure it where they don't. They've got a 7th grade campus, an 8th grade campus, a 9th grade campus, a 10th grade campus, and then an 11th and 12th. That's how big they are. And then a lot of elementary. So I've been in every one of their buildings, but it was something I noticed in my travels whenever I was doing education technology was, what is it they're doing here? And I didn't really know what I was getting into when I asked. I only asked because I was trying to think about places that were different, that were bigger, that had grown, experienced a lot of growth, but still felt like they were in a small community. And that's what came to mind. So I just asked a friend of mine that lives up there, hey, you know, what do you think it is that makes you guys feel this way? Well, it was very intentional. A small group of people got together and said, we want to be different. We want to, and 20 years later, they're still as strong as ever doing it and living it. And it takes their commitment, but it's not hard. It's just a common conversation they have through the schools, the businesses, the city government, the churches, it's all of it. And it's not owned by any one group. And that's what it is. It's owned by the people that live there. And I think we have a lot to celebrate from where we've been back when we were there. Were we the Crickets? Were we the Crickets, Newcastle Crickets?
We've always been, let's act like we've always been.
Okay. But back then, you know, who we were, the Gene Smiths, who can tell us what we were like, where did we come from? What made you proud of Newcastle? Well, we wouldn't be proud of it now, even when we do push outside our borders and grow bigger and have to outgrow our schools, that we still are happy, and we can have big classes and still be happy and successful, because we love living here, and we want to be the kind of place people want to live. And they have companies that say that's why they've even moved their businesses there. We talk about bringing stuff there. You can just feel that people want to be there. And that's who I want us to be. I don't want us to be news stories. I don't want us to be basketball games. I want us to be different. And I know a lot of people want that. We just have to talk about it and bring a common conversation between the people. So
Well, keep us informed.
I will.
All right, any other council member comments?
Want to follow up a little bit, I know we talked BMX before, we talked about possibly putting a notice together to have it, that way we could have a formal discussion with neighbors and whatnot, if we moved anywhere towards that, or putting out a notice.
Or where they can have.
No, 'cause it was my understanding, and maybe I misunderstood then, basically there was no direction that I remember from the last meeting.
Well, the question was brought up as to whether or not it had to go through the planning commission before the city could move forward with that, and that's where we left it, and I thought, I think you were gonna find that out, and then we were gonna be in a position where we needed to try to move forward one way or the other.
I think we did discover that it does not have to go through planning commission.
It's zoned A,
It's zoned,
it's ag.
We were told by an individual that it's okay according to our ordinances, it's a permitted use in our ordinances. However, there was something in state statute that required any public use to go through planning, and that was the last we had heard, and so just to double check to see whether or not that is correct.
no, but that individual contacted me back after that meeting and said it's not in state statute that it has to go before planning, but there was something else that required it to come before planning.
What about the parking concerns and the question of could we get parking?
Well, that's all for when we get talking
don't
about,
have to- okay.
whenever he brings it, we'll discuss all
Okay,
that. But-
gotcha. I wasn't sure.
But anyway, if you could have Chris or do something, check on that and get it back.
I think one thing that was talked, that wasn't, I don't think mandated, but I think we felt during that meeting that we had was that it would be neighborly to put a notice of this is what we're looking at doing, if anybody wants to
Like a
discuss
public hearing.
the impact of it. Well, no, I think just notice to have a discussion in council, like we would discuss the UPR, like we discussed anything else, that it's just notice that we're gonna talk about it. And it's what we're possibly looking at doing here, and if you have any objections or want to applaud it or whatever, come and be a part of this. I think that's what, I think that's the appropriate thing. Because you're gonna put what I feel is going to be a very well-attended,
We'll change the dynamic. of
it'll
that.
change the dynamic of that street. I know soccer's there and soccer does its stuff and it gets busy on Saturday and they're all used to that, but it's gonna be a different dynamic.
There has been one lady that called to check to see if that was gonna be on the agenda, the BMX situation. She lives near there and
Yes.
she's called, cause she was gonna be here if it was gonna be on the agenda.
So
And I
think we-
talked to a lady too. Same lady,
What do
same
we
lady,
have to do?
same lady.
That's what I was gonna ask. Do you want this as a special meeting? Do you want this as just a public hearing?
No, just public hearing on,
On
as part of our
regular
regular
council?
council meeting.
All right.
Agenda topic.
Yeah, so,
So I think what we just, is it doesn't need to go to planning first, because that was one of our things we was talking about, it need to go to planning first and then come to city, but if it doesn't need to go to planning, then just have a discussion in city.
Here's the thing, it's probably unplatted and you're looking at a commercial use, so you're probably looking at platting if you wanna follow our subdivision regulations. But park municipal, I'm reading out of A as permitted uses. Number 5 is park, municipal or community building, golf course, fire station, police station, water wells, lift stations, open space, owned by the city or other public entity. So it means it could be public or private, owned by the city. If you classify it as a park, it would be a permitted use.
Under ag zoning?
Under ag.
whatever we need to do to move forward, let's just.
I mean, I think it's, the intent was,
The other
it'd be
thing
a
is,
park.
well,
I mean,
facilities though that you're looking at, I mean, parking, which means paving and having adequate parking. There's gonna be lighting, because it's gonna be conducted at night, restroom facilities, those types of things. And so you're looking at a commercial use,
Okay.
kind of, even
Well, you
though
guys
it's
can
a
wander
park.
around and bring that back to us so we can get out of here before midnight tonight.
Get it done before 10.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to discuss that at our next meeting. Any other?
I just want to bring up farmer's market.
Mhm.
Last 2 weekends, looks like it's going well. I've met people that was actually from other states that was at our farmer's market. I do realize it was Mother's Day weekend. Some of them had come in from that, but also there were strangers that was late for something and decided to come to Newcastle. They saw it on Facebook somewhere.
It's a huge draw. It
That's
really
awesome.
is. Except for that darn wind.
Yeah.
We'll stop that next time.
I know. Thank you. I knew you did it.
I would like to know with my minimal talking, y'all are still at 9:15. Wasn't me tonight.
Well, all right, this, item number 14, executive session, item 14A, discussion of possible action or entering into executive session as permitted under 25 OS, section 307B3, discussing the purchase or appraisal of real property, Jim Wilson easement agreement. I'll make a motion to enter into executive session with our city manager and our city attorney present.
Second,
Motion second to enter into an executive session.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Klein.
Yes.
Gene Reed.
Yes.
Marcy White, yes. Carmen Allen.
Yes, we will take a momentary break. Have a good evening. All right, I will make a motion. We'll come out of executive session.
Second.
Motion and second to come out of executive session.
Mike Fullerton,
Yes.
Tommy Clay,
Yes.
Marcy White,
Yes.
Gene Reed,
Yes.
Carl Nell.
Yes. Item number 14B, discussion of possible action on any items discussed in executive session. There'll be no action on that agenda item. Item 15 is adjournment.
Make a motion for adjournment.
Motion second for adjournment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.